Thank you, Jared. We'll call a meeting to order. Welcome all of those who are here with us present this evening and all of those who are participating online. We'll begin with a Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll all stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I think I'm supposed to do a roll call before that. Secretary George. Ms. Haskey. Ms. Aspis. Mr. Montoya. Well, we don't have a quorum, so I guess we don't have a meeting.
Jared, do we have an issue with hearing them?
Ms. Haskey? Ms. George? Mr. Montoya?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Aspis? Well, that's still only two, so we'll have to wait again.
Once I had this teacher, she would say, "Are you doing okay? Like, it seems like you're having trouble." I would tell everything.
The first feeling when I came here was kind of scared.
I was really shy when I first came to TBA, and she really had that spark in her to help me.
I got to the point where, like, she has a spot in my heart.
When I kept coming to school, I was happy to be here.
It's just been a great start to this school year. I think SAL is changing our culture and our climate in our school here at TBA, and I think all of us are just really, really excited for this to be happening.
This year in the middle school, we have implemented the Capturing Kids' Hearts and the 7 mindset. I saw the excitement with the teachers, and our collaborations was different, and everything was really a little different than what I've seen in the past.
I'm very proud of our staff, and I kid you not, it has changed my life. It has changed our staff's attitudes on how we look at one another as staff members, as colleagues, as students to teachers, teachers to student interaction with our parents.
The focus of just implementing that with the students has just made a tremendous difference.
I am so excited about this year. because I believe in affective teaching and SEL is affective. So I think that when the kids love what they're doing, then they love what they're doing.
So that's what we're trying to do, is get those kids engaged, get the teachers engaged, and create a positive environment so that when they get to their subject matter, whatever it is, math, science, art, and ag, the kids are readily able to engage and focus in on those studies. One of the biggest things that you need in education is to engage the kids in what they're doing and create those relationships that are strong. If you can do that first, the learning will come easily for both the teacher and the student.
I think social emotional learning for this school, particularly the capturing kids' hearts, I thought that was a very informational and good training. That was probably the best training I've attended.
I think that workshop this summer before we started school was exactly what we needed to do to understand how we work together so we could take it into our classrooms and teach the kids how to work together. We all seem to be more caring about each other's feelings and what we do and how that ties into all of our performance here, and I'm so excited about this school year.
I just remember him giving me like a hug and like really just like trying to encourage me to do my best, even though like during that time I was kind of like going downhill in school.
School is such an amazing place to come and kind of let go of that and socialize and get to know other people, even though we're not seeing each other.
Miss George? Miss Asmus? Mr. Montoya, I guess it's just you and I still.
Still here in DC waiting.
Secretary George. Ms. Aspis? Ladies and gentlemen, we still don't have a quorum, so we're going to dismiss the meeting until a further time. There'll be another posting, and we apologize, but we don't have a quorum, so the meeting cannot continue. We is she online, Sharon?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Okay, we'll try it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yay, okay.
We're going to start over again and do a roll call. Miss Askey?
Present.
Miss George? Miss Aspis? Mr. Montoya?
Here.
And myself. That's three of us. We do have a quorum. I will try again with the Pledge of Allegiance, after which we've asked Pastor Chuck to offer a prayer and recognize that this is his wife's birthday today, so we'll excuse them thereafter so he can take her out to dinner. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please.
Hey guys, thanks for inviting us. This comes with a sermon. Just kidding. I did want to share, it's interesting, I was driving back from Salt Lake City when Marion called. We're at Fruitland Christian Fellowship down the street, a.k.a. Fruitland Baptist Church. And I was getting caught up on my Bible reading, driving 6 hours from Salt Lake. And I just got done reading Psalms 133. It's a few verses, and I think you'll see the relevance to especially a group like this. It talks about the blessing on unity. And as you can tell, we're all divided on a lot of different things right now, so I figured this would be appropriate, right? So it says in Psalms 133, it's a few verses, it says, "Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like precious oil upon the head, running down on the beard of Aaron, running down on the edge of his garments. It is like the dew of Hermon, descending upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, life forevermore." So it's a short sermon. God commands blessing where there's unity. And although we can't always agree on everything on the table, we can agree to disagree on certain things, we can still stand in unity. So with that spirit in mind, I thought we can pray. Is that a short enough sermon for you guys? Yeah? That'll preach, right? Good. Father in heaven, we just thank you for an opportunity to pray. In the name of your Son, Jesus, the power of the Holy Spirit, that mystery of the Trinity. And I thank you, Lord, for the board of directors that have chosen to serve, those that can be here online, as well as the administration, all the teachers. We ask you to bless them, Lord, the faculty that is serving the many families and students that are represented in this district. And God, we just open up this meeting asking you to pour out wisdom and discernment on all the topics on the agenda. They'd stay focused and not get sidetracked. There would just be a spirit of peace in your presence. Solomon at the time was a man, the wisest among, and had wisdom and prayed for wisdom to rule the people. And we ask for that, for these leaders, for these decisions to be made. Again, that you would just lead, guide, and direct everything on the agenda. Bless those also that have come here tonight to voice concerns and to, again, look at policies, procedures, all those things on the agenda. So we just ask you to bless this time, and I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Okay. Welcome, Cheryl.
Thank you.
The next item is agenda review. I think our superintendent has something to say about that.
I do. The very first fundraising request, there was an issue with apparently our golf courses in the area are really packed right now because of Pinyon Hills being closed. So they were not able to use the date that is on the fundraising request. So we're going to need to pull that from the reports and also from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. I need a motion to that, don't I? I need a motion to approve the consent agenda with noted modifications. Ms. Haskey.
Yes.
Ms. George.
Yes.
Mr. Montoya.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Oh, yeah, we don't have a second, do we? I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the noted modifications. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Now we'll try that. Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Is Ms. Aspis on yet? And myself. Okay. We do have a comment from the audience from Ms. Melissa Nakai. I'll turn the time over to you, Ms. Nakai. If you'll come to the stand over here, the podium.
Melissa Nakai, Judy Nelson, fifth grade. Nakai dune. Kill chini bashish chin. Do kapahin shle jitla ni dashiche do ke. Nakai dune additionally. The Arnold Swash, the Nick at your yadat kit. We cannot any between yes. Of course, since nobody understands Navajo, that's what I asked. I am going to just speak nothing but English now. So I am here because I was trying to address Mrs. Aspis, board member Aspis, is frustration over the need for a new policy. And so I was asked during the summer to participate in this core organization, the Cohesive Education Policy. That was the one that was rewritten. Nobody really explained to Ms. Aspis why the need was necessary. And so I attended a lot of sessions, and I have been on this issue since I started with our school district. And it's based on the ELL program and the language revitalization. And so I am here because I'm going to first start out with a quote from the Tribal Remedy Framework, which says New Mexico's education system needs a complete overhaul in order to reflect Native people and be relevant for us. And so I have taken issue with the way we identify our English language learners. According to a training I just now recently signed up for, which is new to the district, we had our first meeting Saturday. It coincides with what I've been taking, or we've been asked to take training on since last school year in the evaluation system with the PED. And so in there it's the MLSS system, and they have a toolkit, chapter 1, right from the beginning, that tells us how to identify our English language learners. And this, according to the Federal Office of Civil Rights, should not be an automatic label. It shouldn't be automatic. Our home language surveys are supposed to be used to identify students who have a language other than English at home that they use for communication. I speak Navajo, and since I started, I have always had a list of ELL students. Every one of them have not been able to understand me in Navajo at all, and they don't communicate in Navajo. So our automatic labeling, we really need to fix, because we cannot create our own ELL students. And in my opinion, that's what we're doing now. And then according to MLSS, the training that you have asked us to complete, which I am almost finished with, and now we have a new one starting, it says that New Mexico has let down our people, the Navajo, the Native Americans in our state. They have let us down as far as language goes. And they have started this tribal frameworks network, which the only one who has really done work in this area are the Hemish community. They have run with sovereignty and the whole idea of creating their own education system. They are in their second year, where they are using their community, and they don't have very many ELLs, but they are teaching and revitalizing their language. They've set their policies, they've made it is pretty nice the way they've set up their school system. They don't take the state testing. They've made their own test, and it's all been approved through the state. So this is their second year. I can't wait to see what they do with that. I know we have schools that are set up for dual language in Noshchiri, and I believe there's one in Shiprock as well, and as well as the Dene school, the Dene Dream School. And so those are great opportunities for us to really put a program together. I am not against languages, learning a language in school. I want them, if they truly do have another language that they use at home, I want them to be able to use that language, which is encouraged in MLSS, to use their home language. If it's Navajo, then they should be able to use that language and teach it in school, where they are targeting expressive and receptive language. According to MLS, our pull-out programs should be research-based for efficacy and be sufficient. In my opinion, this is just me as an educator, in my opinion, I am not providing some of my students with a sufficient education. And, instead of being scolded by leaders telling us that we're violating civil rights, I believe we're violating all of our Native American children's civil rights, because we're not offering culture to them. We're trying to teach them a language, however, it's not successful. It's not successful. I've had second graders come back through my classroom as fifth graders, and they still only know Yade Ba'olkai. Just wrote like a multiplication fact. They don't use Navajo to communicate. And MLSS says, stop the unnecessary pullout. And so that's what I'm asking our leadership to do, is to really look at this because I take it serious. My Native American students could be getting more out of their school day, but we have so many pullouts, and it has even been suggested that because they take them out for an hour, it's okay that they missed a science lesson, and that we should be teaching science after school. That is a core curriculum area and a subject, and so I don't think that should be the case. Next year, they have the initiative of language and culture, because that's the push nationwide. They want us to really do something with language revitalization. Language revitalization is not the same as an ELL student. And I was concerned with a letter that went home to parents, putting the two in the same category. They're not the same, and so we need to really start trying to do better for our kids. You know, because this pull-out program, I don't think it's been researched. I don't even know what program they use. And social studies, culture, is for everybody, not just those 20 that checked yes on that survey. I looked through this survey, and it says that they should be interviewed. If they check yes that there's another language, then they should be interviewed and asked. There's only 3 questions, and this came from the Office of Civil Rights. There's only 3 questions. It used to be longer, the interview, the suggested interview. But now they made it simple. Who are they communicating? How are they communicating? And it can't just be a command, you know, like hago. You can't count that as communication. Hagonet, that's not communication. If they are truly ELL students, that means once they get off that bus, they're speaking Navajo. They're speaking Spanish. And our students who truly do speak another language, which I have met several, but they were Hispanic. They were Spanish students. And I've, you know, during our, we are asked to do get a TESOL endorsement. And during those TESOL endorsement classes, we are shown how to translate. And our real, true ELL students, that's usually all they need, is just some translation of academic vocabulary so they can be successful. And our school don't help them. It's us, the teachers, that have to go find resources to translate. I've had Spanish parents think that I'm a Spanish speaker, and I don't. I can read it, and they think that I'm a Spanish speaker. And so they would talk back to me, but it's the kids and I that would communicate back and forth. And that's how I got through several of my Spanish speakers. They don't get no assistance from our program right now. And that, I think that's on us. We need to really, like they say, we need to transform our system. It says that our Native Americans have not received a sufficient education, and I agree with that. So I'm asking leaders to please do something about that and stop these unnecessary pullouts. Because it's not, you know, my kids, when they get pulled out, they're out for recess playing, for an extra recess. They're playing bingo and not even using the vocabulary. So, you know, and many of mine that are getting pulled out are not even at grade level. We're getting closer, but they're not at grade level. Most of them just want to be enriched in another language, which is fine, but that should be for every child. And it should not be at the expense of learning English. And if they do have another language, it's our job to make sure that we're providing them with the ability to enhance their own home language, which is Spanish or Navajo, and keep it and learn the English alongside, helping them build that receptive and expressive language, which we're not doing right now. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Because item A has been removed from reports, we'll go to item B, SEL swag matrix presentation by Bellarmine de Herrera. De Herrera? Gracias. Presley, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Dustwood and Cabinet, community members. I have the wonderful privilege this evening to talk about our SEL, Social Emotional Learning program at CCSD. We call our program SWAG. So that's what we'll be talking about today. As you can see at the front of our slide, that's okay. Social emotional learning pairs with our positive behavioral instructional supports and social emotional learning program. These are initiatives that are required through the MLSS manual with New Mexico Public Education Department. And our SWAG presentation is brought to you through a collaboration of departments at CCSD. Our curriculum and instruction team, our community outreach, intercultural community outreach program, and our student support services, and our data assessment, research, and technology. So the 4 programs come together in the academic planning team at the district office, along with our teachers, voices of our students, which you'll see this evening, to develop our SWAG. Positive behavioral instructional supports and social emotional learning, as shared, is a requirement through the New Mexico PED multi-layered systems of supports, the MLSS model. It identifies SEL as having 5 main components, utilizing the CASEL's research. And CASEL stands for Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. The 5 areas are self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. The model that you see on the right is the New Mexico PED model utilized through CASEL's. So what is SWAG? SWAG is a combination of our MLSS SEL model, which stands for safety, wellness, achievement, and grit. Each of these components are identified through the MLSS model, and what our programs at CCSD have acknowledged in supporting the environment for our students. So we are SWAG. So with that, I will briefly move into the crosswalk, which had been requested from our board members at a previous board meeting. And with that, President Wells, in your attachment is also this matrix that you're welcome to either look at the board or to look through your handouts there, if you pull your tab. So the SWAG program consists of 5 main criteria. Our PACS program, which is at our elementary schools, capturing kids' hearts, 7 mindsets, and scrolling to the right, restorative practices, which are at our high schools. Capturing kids' hearts and 7 mindsets are at the middle school, and 7 mindsets has also been requested K-12 from our elementaries and our high schools. We also support the work that we have done in previous years, CLRI, our Cultural, Linguistic, Responsive, and Interventions with Dr. Holly. Our ICO team, our Intercultural Community Outreach Program, has also incorporated Dene concepts, Spanish concepts, and Filipino concepts to ensure that the social emotional learning needs of our students are being met from all cultures. And again, as indicated, the model through our New Mexico PED cell component. And this model, as identified with the 5 components, also encompasses not only the student, wherever that student may be, but the support systems from the classroom, the school, and then in turn moving into the homes and the communities. So in a nutshell, that is our crosswalk of programs. I'd like to move further in to how all of this rolls together and return back to the PowerPoint presentation. So our cultural linguistic relevance and instruction is a direct response to the Martinez-Yazzie. The core curriculum of CLR ensures that our educational programs and systems, instructional priorities for the support of cognitive and social emotional development of our students and address the needs of all students in the area of academic success, individual achievement, cultural integrity, critical consciousness, and equity. As you can see in the diagram in the bottom right corner, mindset is critical to our students, along with skill set. Coming together in the CLR journey brings forth our work in social emotional learning. Our students also moving through with cultural heritage instruction incorporate the cell models. And with that, Ms. Sharon, is Cheryl on the call, Cheryl Benali? Okay.
Hi, yes, I am.
Okay, so I'll turn it over
Yes.
to our partner.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Cheryl.
Okay. Yeah. And so in collaborating with the team here, the actual cultural heritage instruction, incorporating SEL, our team came up with a diagram as to how we students in our
Cheryl, it sounds like you're breaking up.
Oh, that's really okay. I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we have come up with this diagram to help identify these components of what the 7 mindset could be. So we have, I lost the presentation part, so I think it's off on our end. But we always go from the east to the south, to the west, and to the north. So those facets of what you are seeing on your end are the things that identify how we would work identifying the 7 in conjunction with the swag. I lost the visual on my end, so.
So Cheryl, on the east, we have our Hojo.
Eleni, I can't see it on my end.
Okay. So
the share screen is not on here, so I don't see it, the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Go ahead, Berlinda.
Yeah, this is Berlinda. Can you hear me? I hope the sound is better.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what the cultural heritage instruction portion of SEL is basically teachings from the home. So this diagram shows a hogan, and really the teachings from the home are basically about character development. So what you see here are all character development, which is part of SEL. And so that's what we came up with. That's really simple at the level where we want our children to start off with in terms of the implementation of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baye. So moving forward, sharing the timeline that our teams have developed, our journey began in 2018 and 19, where we supported cohorts coming through the CLRI and cell connections in schools. Moving forward into 1920, we started in our elementary schools supporting our PACS strategies, PACS programs, and also incorporating the school's vision for supporting our kiddos in a trauma-informed classroom. We knew our students were in a situation that needed extra support, not knowing we were moving into pandemic at that time. Of course, then moving through pandemic, our children need more support coming out and as we find our new normal. So we have re-engaged the strategies and skills that support trauma-informed classrooms, as well as supporting our kiddos to learn strategies for their self-management and social awareness of their needs. Moving into the 21-22 school year, we were able to incorporate our high schools utilizing our restorative justice and restorative practices, and we've continued re-engaging and supporting additional PD each year moving forward in all of these areas. And then finally into the 22-23, our middle schools are now our focus this school year, and incorporating capturing kids' hearts and 7 mindsets, which our teachers have been able to receive training in, as well as now in implementing the skills in their school. Our non-instructional staff at the bottom have also been trained in culture keepers, which are capturing kids' hearts component for the adults. And how do we support our students from the first contact that they make with a CCSD staff member in any capacity, whether they're our bus drivers, our frontline kitchen workers, our maintenance, our janitors. We want our students to feel safe and comfortable with all of our staff. Next slide. So this year we have launched a survey to our middle schools and our 6th grade at the elementaries to get a feel for where our students are emotionally. Where do they feel that they need support? At the bottom corner, some of the questions that were asked: how comfortable are you asking for help? A strategy that we would want our students to have. 41% of our students are comfortable. 59% of our students are not comfortable asking for help. Comfortable talking to new people or making new friends, taking responsibility for their actions, seeking ways to improve themselves, being aware of the great qualities that they have, learning from bad situations and being able to show resilience in moving forward. How many students are uncomfortable when new and wonderful things come into their lives? So these percentages for us overall showed a trend that about 1/3 of our students are not comfortable in our setting and in different settings as they were asked. And we saw pockets of increase and pockets of decrease. So from this data, our team has been able to launch out the mindset trainings that our students will utilize to develop the skills they need as they grow through our school system and move into young, successful adults. All of the initiatives have taken on additional supports that have been wonderful to see across our school district. We have departments that have picked up on the toodles, which are ways to show and affirm positive behavior, and they call those the SWAG Toodle Tuesdays. Our district extended learning time program has developed incentives on Wednesdays, on our count days, incorporating social emotional learning clubs and social emotional learning activities to strengthen our students. Our district PAC and BIPAC has incorporated our Creed Theater productions to support drama and theater in telling stories in real life situations with our students. Our district art ensemble has created Creating Voices. Teacher welcome backs have incorporated at the adult level celebrations and what we like to call celebrations, where we support each other. Culture Keepers, Capturing Hearts, has supported training for our non-instructional staff, our Human Resources Department, our Business Office Services, our departments across campus, and the adults to help support building a culture and a climate of positive interventions. We've offered parent fall summits. We had a summer summit that also incorporated social emotional learning focus. And we are bringing in the spring Dream Makers to support our student leadership and developing our middle and high school voices. In conclusion, we would like to share with you a wonderful video that we call Capturing Hearts Voices, that our media, Jared Noble, and our team reached out into our schools to hear what our students have to say about how SEL, social emotional learning, has impacted their life this school year. We'll fix our audio and restart that.
Once I had this teacher, she would say, are you doing okay? Like, it seems like you're having trouble. I would tell everything.
The first feeling when I came here was kind of scared.
I was really shy when I first came to TBA, and she really had that spark in her to help me.
I got to the point where, like, she has a spot in my heart.
When I kept coming to school, I was happy to be here.
It's just been a great start to this school year. I think SEL is changing our culture and our climate in our school here at TBA, and I think all of us are just really, really excited for this to be happening.
This year in the middle school, we have implemented the Capturing Kids' Hearts and the Sept mindset. I saw the excitement with the teachers, and our collaborations was different, and everything was really a little different than what I've seen in the past.
I'm very proud of our staff, and I kid you not, it has changed my life. It has changed our staff's attitudes on how we look at one another as staff members, as colleagues, as students to teachers, teachers to student interaction with our parents.
The focus of just implementing that with the students has just made a tremendous difference.
I am so excited about this year because I believe in affective teaching, and SEL is affective. So I think that when the kids love what they're doing, then they love what they're doing.
So that's what we're trying to do, is get those kids engaged, get the teachers engaged, and create a positive environment so that when they get to their subject matter, whatever it is, math, science, art, and ag, the kids are readily able to engage and focus in on those studies. One of the biggest things that you need in education is to engage the kids in what they're doing and create those relationships that are strong. If you can do that first, the learning will come easier for both the teacher and the student.
I think social emotional learning for this school, particularly the Capturing Kids' Hearts, I thought that was a very informational and good training. That was probably the best training I've attended.
I think that workshop this summer before we started school was exactly what we needed to do to understand how we work together so we could take it into our classrooms and teach the kids how to work together. We all seem to be more caring about each other's feelings and what we do and how that ties into all of our performance here, and I'm so excited about this school year.
I just remember him giving me like a hug and like really just like trying to encourage me to do my best, even though like during that time I was kind of like going downhill in school.
School is such an amazing place to come and kind of let go of that and socialize and get to know other people. Even though we're not seeing each other face to face yet at Shiprock, it's still amazing to be around each other again.
It's changing kids' lives, it's changing staff's lives, and it's changing the community. And when I say that, they're not afraid to come in. I have people in the packs community. You know, they want to be involved because they know we are all here for the same reason, because we have a heart. We have a heart for students, and we have a heart for education, and we want to have relationships that are long-lasting.
So that is the first of many series opportunities that we have in our plan to promote the awareness of social emotional learning, the impact that it makes on the academics, the support that our teachers are receiving when our kiddos are engaged and they're wanting to be here and they're wanting to learn. And we know that we are making a difference in the lives of our kiddos and in our families. So I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for allowing our team to go out and reach into our schools to hear the voices of our students and our teachers and our community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciated that.
I stand for questions.
Any comments from the board?
President Wells, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Ms. Bellamy, thank you for that presentation, and thank you, Mr. Carlson, for all the support for the students for emotional learning and just the SEL and just the presentation. And I really appreciate the fact that the teachers were and the principals were involved in commenting on the program. That really shows transparency instead of just, reporting. So I really appreciate that. Good job to you guys. And just the extra support that we have for the students. It really, I'm really proud of that progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. George.
Anyone else on the board? Comments? Questions?
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya?
Superintendent Carlson, how is that program actually implemented?
Could you clarify that question just a little bit? There's several different programs and several different levels. If you look at the slide presentation, some of those have gone back to, I believe, 2018-19 school year. So that they've been kind of a rollout. But could you kind of clarify that, Mr. Montoya?
Okay, you just kind of sort of answered part of that question in respects to what the district is asking and what they're implementing and how they're implementing it into the buildings, into the classrooms. So I'm trying to get some clarity on exactly how these things are implemented. Is everybody brought in? Is everybody trained? What's the expectation of that?
Yes, the training happens for everyone at the building level. And principals do have a certain amount of autonomy in implementing the programs. You'll find that, for instance, the one that I'm most aware of is PACS, because I was at that level. And there are various levels, but each of the components of PACS, which are called kernels, are taught to the entire staff, and they have been for the last few years. It's sort of at a different level in different buildings as far as how in depth each goes with the different kernels. But yeah, those have all been rolled out to everybody.
Okay, so what are we doing in respects to capturing or following the programs to see its effectiveness? Is it just an assumption that it's being done?
Well, one of the things that was actually really great about this particular slideshow is the survey that was shown. And I think that sort of speaks volumes as to how students are feeling at the different levels. It's the student survey data. And I actually had a chance to look through some of that today. And it's not just the data. One of the coolest pieces of that survey that was sent out is the comment section. And I got a chance to look through. There are mostly positive comments, but they're all compiled, and we could probably share them with you as long as they're not identifiable per student. And so that's one way we're tracking the success of programs at different levels. And like the slideshow shows, different levels have rolled out kind of throughout the years, and so their level of implementation is measured by each of the levels on those surveys. So yeah, we do have data to show how it's going per student, and then some of it is soft data, which is just the interviews with all the teachers and with the students to see how they're feeling about the programs.
Okay, but my question is really pointed at, are the educators having to do anything extra and track anything extra in that classroom?
My answer to that is really no. There are folks who track data throughout the district as far as what's happening in classrooms and behaviors in classrooms, but I don't feel like it's a burden on staff at all. Like we mentioned before, it's an extra tool they can use, but as far as tracking data, no, there's not an extra burden on teachers.
Okay, so I appreciate that last comment about an extra tool, which means if they don't need to use a screwdriver, they don't need to use a screwdriver, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, that makes perfect sense, because again, you know how I feel in respects to allowing and giving the educators a toolbox to utilize those types of strategies within there. And again, it was mentioned about the SLSS, and I've said this time and time again, that the cornerstone of the MLSS is differentiated instruction. And I say that because a couple of things that were stated in respects to even the students on their response, engagement. I'm of the opinion that when you have an engaged educator in that classroom, they will see these things without being pointed out to them by an administration or the state having to inform them of that, because they should be attentive in that classroom. And now I'm not saying, again, what they presented is not valid, because obviously there's a positive response from both the students and the adults, which is good. It's beneficial. And to that point, I truly appreciate that effort that's being done. But again, I'm looking at it from the respects of when you have people that are attentive in that classroom. And there's a lot of them throughout the district, of taking these things and force feeding the teachers in these classrooms to follow lockstep in doing what it is, because it sounds like me they're trying to create student agency, as we all know is a good thing. And again, if you have an attentive educator in that classroom who understands how to do that and does it in a manner that is very efficient and effective in that classroom, and have been doing that for a while, then I'm of the belief that we don't need to go in there and change it. And again, the adage of the Navajo philosophy of resourcefulness, discard the bad and keep the good. And again, providing those tools to add to the toolbox, and not stating or mandating or imposing that they have to do these things. And they may already be doing it. We've had this conversation before, and they may just call it something different. And I dare say, because I've heard people say, well, programs that have been tested and are data proven and data driven, and that's fine as well. But when you have successful educators, their responses and the growth of their kids and the behavior of those kids in that classroom is proof that what they do works. So I just wanted to state that. And again, part of the concern was, you know, how do they track that? You just kind of pointed out to the survey. That's fine and well. When do they track that data? And who does it go to? Again, if it's just a matter of the survey, is that enough to capture what is being done through what's being asked?
Yeah, if you're asking about the surveys, I think that's just a portion of what we do. And when you bring up PACs in the classroom, I try to remember that it's not just about behavior. There's a lot of it is about students making choices and the way that they act throughout the building as well. And that's something that, as a building administrator, you can track actually really well. For instance, the self-awareness, the PACS hands and feet kind of supports what students do in common areas throughout the building to make sure that students are treating each other well, whether it's in the cafeteria or on the playground. So it's not just things that are measured in the classroom, it's things that you can see throughout the building. And I think that's kind of important to remember.
I understand that. I get that. And again, I'm going to keep beating this. I just believe that there's those out there that are successful at doing what they're doing in the manner in which they're doing it without having to be reshaped or molded to a particular way on how to. So that's really my 2.5 cents worth in that respects. So I also just want to, Superintendent, throw out that the reason I question these things, I truly believe it's part of my responsibility as a board member and my duty. And if we truly wanted to get specific about it under B-0200, Board Powers and Responsibilities, the 14th bullet point states, give prior approval for any educational program in a public school in the school district that is to be conducted. Then it also goes on to say approve and support the district's EDS plan for student success and each school site level EPSS action plan. So not trying to be difficult to anybody other than do my job because some of these things just can't go unchecked and unfettered. I'm sure you understand that and would respect that because that's part of my responsibility as it is the other four board members who sit on this board. So I appreciate when these things are brought forth and I have the ability to question again. So again, and I always fall back to what that MLSS says is utilizing differentiated instruction. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Thank you, Ms. Presley.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you for the payday.
Yeah, appreciate the payday.
Comment.
Was that Miss George?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The SEL coach assigns the teachers through Google Classroom, and then the teachers complete the task each week and turn in the evidence. That's at the middle school for capturing kids' hearts. Mr. Carlson, is that correct? Or Bellamy?
Is that me? Can you answer that, Bellamy? Did you get the question? Ms. George, could you repeat that again?
Yes, I was just trying to unmute myself. So the flow of the SEL coach assigns the task to the teachers through Google Classroom, and then the teachers complete the task each week, and that's where they get their evidence for completing the Capturing Hearts. Is that correct?
So the Capturing Kids' Hearts, as well as the 7 Mindsets, does have an SEL curriculum. They have a focus, like for instance, this month is empathy. And so as they discuss empathy, there are activities that during advisement hour or the time frame that the principal has identified, the teachers can utilize the activities and have discussion. There are no quizzes or any documentation uploaded, grades being kept. It's more of a discussion on the topic at hand. And the 7 Mindsets as well has keys that they identify. One, for example, is live to give. Another is accountability. So they're topics that are more as we shared through social emotional learning, that would focus on the social awareness or the self-awareness, learning responsible decision-making, and each of those components identified through the Castles model. So I hope that answered your question, Ms. George.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks again. Item C, Special Olympics by Kim Nakai and Rebecca Whitlock.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Carlson, Superintendent, and Mr. Deswood, Assistant Superintendent. I wanted to let you know that I am here with my partner, who is going to be Rebecca Evans, who is the Director of Unified Champion Schools for Special Olympics in New Mexico. And she will let us know all about the information that we will be presenting this evening.
So I have a really cool job. I get to teach kids with disabilities how to play sports, and I get to teach their gen ed peers how to be better partners and be better teammates to those kids with disabilities. I work for Special Olympics New Mexico. I love it. And I get to run a section called Unified Champion Schools, where I go into schools and I basically teach them how to create unified teams. Before I get started on telling you everything that we can do, how we can, I kind of share a few stats with you guys. There's not a whole lot, so bear with me. In New Mexico, about 22,000 students receive special education services, according to the National Center of Learning Disabilities. This number doesn't include students only receiving services for gifted education. So that's just your special education students who aren't gifted. These 22,000 students make up about 13.5% of the total number of students in the state. As you can see, disabilities are defined in a lot of different ways, but we're mainly looking at those students who are receiving extra services that don't include gifted education. Can I get my next slide, please? Thank you. Studies have found that across the nation, students with disabilities are struggling more than their typically developing peers. In fact, 24% of students with disabilities drop out of high school. That's almost 1 in 4. They are 2 to 3 times more likely to be bullied in school than other students, and they experience depression almost 4 times more often than their peers. In adulthood, people with disabilities have many more preventable health problems and die at a much younger age than those without disabilities. Can I get the next slide, please? So how do we work to improve those statistics? Special Olympics Unified Champion Schools is a grant-based sport program aimed at promoting inclusion, creating friendships, increasing health for all students, and fostering inclusive environments where all students feel welcomed and accepted. Next slide, please. This program is funded through the Department of Education and comes at no cost to participating schools. By offering schools a grant of around $2,000 each year, it is more for new schools because we know we have to buy more for them. We are able to help them purchase any materials needed to run this program, including uniforms, equipment, buses, substitutes, food, referees, supplies, and more. We are also able to stipend participating teachers and coaches as part of this program. Special Olympics staff also provide professional development opportunities to school staff. We offer trainings in specific sports, modifications, adaptations, whole student growth, and often pay for teachers and staff to attend national conferences for PE, health, and special education. Next slide, please. Working with grades from preschool all the way to college, we teach them how to create unified teams or how to unify existing classes like PE. Unified sports joins people with and without intellectual disabilities on the same team. It was inspired by a simple principle. Training together and playing together is a quick path to friendship and understanding. Like other sports, this opportunity allows all students to learn about new people, develop physical skills, improve social skills, and increase physical health. It also gives students the space to express themselves and learn from each other. Schools are also encouraged to take part in whole school engagement opportunities and practice unified student leadership. Our main goal is to focus on students' abilities instead of their disabilities. Whenever we first start working with a new school, the students always separate themselves or don't really interact with each other. By the end of the school year, though, if we've done our job correctly, they're playing games together at recess, and they're sitting together completely unprompted because they truly are friends and they truly have built those relationships. Next slide, please. So sometimes this video works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, we're skipping it, that works too. Currently, Unified Champion Schools is in 38 schools across New Mexico, offering sports to about 1,300 students. We don't have set seasons, and we don't choose the sports or activities. Those are completely up to the schools. They are based on the needs of the students, the school schedule, and the time teachers have available. Many schools run this program during the school day as an after-school club or during recess time. It is completely optional, and it's completely dependent on the needs of the school. We try to make this as easy as possible on staff, so we remain incredibly flexible on how it is run and what it can look like. Each grade level is completely different, and we totally understand that. So we really try to be flexible on the differences between our programs, between grade levels, and between schools based on what they really need and what they're looking for in this program. Can I get the next one? Sorry. In New Mexico, we try to stipend our teachers really well when they run this program for us. Our top tier schools are called banner schools, and their teachers make around $1,500 to $2,000 extra with us. And their schools that are just starting out, we try to pay them $200 to $300, but it's really based on the number of components that they implement. And those components, again, are unified sports, whole school engagement, and student leadership. Your next slide, please. This is a picture of the standards and benchmarks, I think from middle school in New Mexico, but the Unified Champion Schools program directly meets every single PE standard and benchmark across all grade levels, including acknowledging all people of different gender, culture, ethnicity, and disability to seek and learn more about both similarities and differences. We've talked to a lot of teachers, and especially PE teachers, and they say this is the hardest one to implement. And so this program really does it organically, and they don't have to do that extra mile to get those standards and benchmarks met. Next slide, thank you. Using our Fit 5 guide, students learn about nutrition, physical activity, and the importance of drinking water, meeting many of the standards and benchmarks for all health classes in all grade levels in New Mexico as well. Next slide. Unified Champion Schools also promote social emotional learning. We're going to hit on that again real quick. Through inclusive activities and interactions that offer opportunities for students to work together in collaborative, goal-oriented environments. A study on Unified Champion Schools from the Center for Social Development and Education found that 94% of students practice relationship skills, 89% practice social awareness, and 89% practice responsible decision-making according to their coaches. The same study also found that students who participate in UCS feel more supported by their teachers and peers, have higher levels of grit, receive better grades, and are more empathetic and compassionate towards others. Next slide, please. Other studies on Unified Champion Schools have shown that the program is having huge impact on participating schools and students. 86% of school staff feels that UCS has helped to reduce bullying and teasing in their schools. 97% of high school seniors at participating schools say that UCS is changing their school climate for the better. 94% of students that participate in UCS say that it helped them to create a true friend. We all know there is a connection between students who feel connected, cared for, and a part of something, and better grades, better attendance, and fewer problems at school and in the community. This program is helping to create inclusive environments where students are more excited to go to school and staff are more excited to work. Next slide, please. This program is federally funded, and we have the resources to expand to all schools in New Mexico, and we would love to do that. Reaching schools, though, is our biggest deterrent from doing that at this point. Teachers and administrators are so busy that oftentimes they don't have the time to read emails or take calls from an outside agency, so they just don't know this program exists. Any help getting the word out or passing the name along would be greatly appreciated. We are making great progress right now, but we have so much more to offer New Mexico, and we look forward to expanding, hopefully in your district. Thank you all so much for your time and for allowing me to present to you today. If you or any schools would like more information, please do not hesitate to reach out to me.
we have any questions? We currently did go and visit with some schools, and we do have 6 coaches that did step up and do want this in their program. So we have a coach from Shiprock High School, TBA, Kirtland L, KMS, Judy Nelson, and we also have Mr. Venturina that does want to go where needed.
Mr. President?
Mr. Montoya.
I believe Ms. Aspas had her hand up.
Okay, Ms. Aspas. I don't see a hand, but.
Yes, on this, I'm trying to, so where is this going to be held?
So each individual school is going to run the program. We haven't quite decided if we're going to have enough participation at a district level to hold a district-wide event yet. But so far, each school is going to host their own sport and their own small program.
Okay, I saw in the paper, where I believe maybe about 2 weeks ago, and I believe it was either Independent or Navajo Times, but it was very critical about how Navajo Nation is addressing handicap, being accessible, and do you know if all our schools are in compliance?
I don't as an outside agency, but I'm sure your school representatives would know that one.
Superintendent Carlson, do you know that information?
Ms. Aspas, would you restate your question?
Yes. I was wondering if the schools are handicap accessible, especially the ones on the Navajo reservation.
I might need a little bit of help. Might need to phone a friend there. Candace Thompson? Yes, no? According to Ms. Thompson, yes, they all are. I would assume that they would be because I know they come out and check those things, but I want to make sure. But yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the board? Thank you then, Ms. Whitlock and Ms. Nakai. Item D, ESS report by Chuck Thomas and Floyan Chick. Did I get that? Okay. Welcome.
Secretary George, Member Aspis, and Member Montoya, not Ani, Mr. Carlson, Mr. Deswood, Although she Chuck Thomas and she bandwagon that not shaw at that not shaw home. Although Hokwagi a cup behind sloans and a Jenny Bush's chin, Kay Ani 8 as a che, although a not Kay does not 8 out in Anslan. Although the Hokwagi ESS a not Ani Bunchlan Hokwagi a CCSD last show Honkwat I 8 in Anslan. I'd like to go ahead and introduce myself in English now. My name is Chuck Thomas. I am from out south of Gallup, Bandwagon. And my plans are Edgewater. I'm Edgewater. I am born for Black Street Tree people. And my paternal grandfather is Towering House. My paternal grandfather is Mexican clan. That's my clan. And I am the area account manager for ESS, here working with our Central Consolidated School District. I am here with my regional manager, Trina Bain, and Floyanchik, who is online also. So we are here to do that. And I'm enjoying the school district. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Trina Bain now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Trina Bain. I am a regional manager with ESS. I thank you for letting us join you tonight. President Wells, Vice President Heskey, Secretary George, and the board members, Superintendent Carlson, thank you very much for allowing us to be here this evening. We are here as a partner with Central Consolidated School District. Our job is to recruit, train, and develop high-quality substitutes for our school department, for our schools, for their partners, for their classrooms, for their teachers that need that help. We do that with customer service. Our directive is to be in the schools as often as possible. We're going to be in each school at least once a quarter. Chuck here has come on in the beginning of August, and he has already visited 10 schools, and he has plans to be in each of the schools before the end of this month. Schools that need additional training with the processes that we use, Chuck is dedicated to have those additional visits. We have weekly meetings with the CCSD team as well as the ESS team. We send out contact sheets to all of the CCSD employees on our processes and how things work. When new people get hired, we will send out those tip sheets to the new hires as well. Chuck's mornings are spent making calls to our substitute pool to fill our classrooms. So we also want to embrace the relationship with the local and chapter houses. We know that it's important and in growing local support in our schools, and Chuck has committed to visit all of these before November 1st of 2022. ESS runs national and local ads for substitute help. In addition to that, we find a lot of success in our local events at schools, at flea markets, with workforce services. Chuck has already participated in many of those local events and will continue to do so as the school year continues. Quality substitutes is a priority for ESS. That is the basis for what this company was started on. And so training is the key to that. We have a local trainer, a retired teacher, Vicki Blackburn, who works throughout the regions here in New Mexico. In those, we have a 5-hour class. In those classes, we do in-depth training on collaboration, classroom management, content-specific training, instructional, transportation. We also do on-job on-the-job training for daycare, custodial, food service. Our goal is to have professional, well-prepared, high-quality substitutes for your classrooms. We do, like I mentioned, have a 5-hour class. That training is customized to the needs of our district. So it's created by our director of ESS training, Dr. Jim Wasser. He has created this system, but we customize it to each district for their needs. Topics, again, covered are things like professional teaching behavior, classroom management, student and staff safety, creative instructions strategies, and district and school policies. We also continue on with, we have some online learning that we have available to our substitutes through Global Compliance Network, where they can, at no additional charge, get signed up for 10 to 45-minute little classes on individual topics if they are interested in doing so. So one of the things we want to make sure we do when we are bringing on board quality substitutes is give them a reason to be here. So we do pay weekly on a direct deposit, or we have pay cards if that is what is needed for that substitute. We offer the availability of medical, dental, vision, life, and 401k. We have incentives that we have monthly. We have things that we do seasonally, like teacher of the month type thing, or teacher of the month, teacher of the year. We also do all kinds of different raffles for if you work a certain amount of classes, if you do a certain amount of days in a month. So there's several different ways for people to win prizes and money. We have an incredible referral program in which anybody, whether you work for ESS or the school district or not, can make referral money. We also have recognized that the economy is tough and people need to save money. So we have instituted a employee marketplace that we work with over 1,000 different companies, and we add to it on a regular basis where our substitutes can get discounts through that. We offer live support, newsletters, outreach that they can outsource and get to whenever they want. And we also have the paid sick leave that was effective as of July 1st, 2022. All of this the goal is to increase the substitute fill rates so that those classes are not without a teacher. And Chuck has done a spectacular job in that. March through May, at the end of last school year, we were running a 75% fill rate. July through September, Chuck has successfully ran a 90%. That was through yesterday. Has run a 90% fill rate with teachers that have been out of the office. So we're gonna push for that 95 point for October for December. So that's where we're gonna go with that. Check substitute pools. Central Consolidated Substitute Pool is sitting right now at 235 substitutes. We have 5 scheduled to be hired, 5 more scheduled to be hired this week. We have 18 that are in the process with 12 that applied just this week. He has had 14 new hires since he came on board in August through today. The race of our current subpool is mostly Native American, and we like to see that. Very small percentage of Asian African American, and you can see the Caucasian and Hispanic in there. It is very encouraging to see that most of our subs live in the San Juan County. That helps us fill these classes. We do have 6 subs that live in Arizona. And actually, there was one in Texas. I'm sure that's just a mailing address. But 34 of them are actually in the Farmington area of that pool. One of the things that we really want to express our gratitude about is the commitment to Central Consolidated has towards the substitutes and ensuring a pay raise this year. That has been incredible, and it's gone. It's making a huge difference in making sure that those classes get filled. As you can see on the screen, our pay rates here compared to the Farmington schools and Gallup we are doing really, really well here. So we'd like to thank you all for that. ESS here is committed to continuing our 4-year relationship here with Central Consolidated School District and continuing to grow our brand, continuing to grow our substitutes, and making sure that we're here to support CCSD and their commitment to our students. So I thank you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions from the board? Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
President.
Oh, I thought I was getting rid of it.
President.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
So, how does this differ then from the old way that they were doing it, where the schools were calling for the subs?
Sir, meaning prior to the last 4 years when ESS has been doing that?
Yes.
Great question. Not only do we absorb the cost of the marketing, the recruiting, you have a person who is dedicated, Chuck Thomas here, very known in the community, very well versed, speaks 3 languages, who can do all of the recruiting for substitutes for your district. We also incur all the costs in payroll and workman's comp, things that take that all off the plate of the school district.
Okay, so what is the cost to the district for the service per year?
That is a great question. That is negotiated, and I am not in a position to answer that question because I don't have that information with me today.
Mr. Carlson, could I answer that question? Good evening, board members.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, President Wells. It's 1.33 of the rates that you see there multiplied by 1.33. So that is the upcharge on it.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're being charged per individual that is registered or used?
Used.
For each use.
Okay, so the cost isn't incurred until the actual individual is put into service?
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay, is there a cost to the employees?
Sir, the employees, can you clarify?
Are you charging the employees a fee to utilize your service?
No, sir, we are not.
Okay, so you're getting it off the school district. Okay, because again, my question is predicated around the difference between how it was applied, meaning how the schools had control over calling for the substitutes for each of the independent buildings, and the efficiency and effectiveness, because one of the other questions I have is, have you surveyed the schools and the teachers as far as quality is concerned when it comes to the subs that are filling the void?
So my question, if I'm clear, your question is there any way to verify the quality of the substitutes that we're putting in the classroom? Is that what you're asking me?
Pretty much in respect to if the teachers are satisfied with the quality of the substitutes in those teachers. And again, part of what I asked initially was, how does that service that you're providing differ specifically from when these schools were calling for the subs themselves?
Well, I cannot speak to when the schools were. I've been with ESS for 3 years, and you guys have been contracted for 4, so I don't have your history with calling for subs. I can tell you that we do have a policy, a process in which if a teacher is dissatisfied with a substitute in any way, we do have a portal to enter that. And there are several options that we can move forward with. One would be a retrain of that substitute. One would be a warning. One would be suspension from that classroom or that school, or even suspension of the district. We have an HR department that responds to each of the incident reports that are submitted timely. And I know that I try to reach out to each one of the substitutes and the schools when there is an incident report submitted.
Okay, the other question I have is in respects to long-term subs. In my classification, long-term would be anything more than, again, this is just me saying this term, for this amount of time is excess of 3 days, going on a week, or maybe even 2 weeks. How do you do that? Do you rotate people in and out, or is it with one individual for that period?
Well, ideally, it's one individual. Most, probably 95% of the time, maybe even higher, it'll be one individual. That school will have the opportunity, or that teacher will have the opportunity to submit the substitute that they would like. If they don't have somebody that they prefer, we would then submit people who are interested in that classroom for that extended period of time, so that they can make that choice. And then ideally that one person would be there, provided that we have somebody that's willing to take on a class that is that long. I have had lots of experience where people are willing to take on 2-3 month classes, but they're like, I have this day that I have to take this appointment, so we'll bring in somebody for that day. But for the most part, we try to ensure that it is the single teacher for a class for somebody who's going to be out for an extended period of time.
Okay, and I appreciate the fact that you said that the educator does have a preference, an option for preference in respects to who is feeling that time that they're gone. So to that respect, I do appreciate that response, because I know that there are certain people that, let's be honest, that can manage a classroom better than others. And if the teacher knows that certain individuals do a better job, well, then I think that choice should be afforded to them as well. So,
absolutely, we want the teachers to be 100% comfortable with the person they're putting in their classroom. If they put somebody in their classroom and maybe a week into maybe a 2-month absence, they're not comfortable with that teacher, we can remove them and put somebody else in there. We're not opposed to doing that, and we have.
So are you providing the service as somewhat of an employment agency for education?
Technically, we are a staffing company, correct?
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay. Well, I appreciate your answering the questions. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Ms. George.
It's me, Christina.
Ms. Christina.
So, ESS, I asked for this presentation because I was told the person that was I don't know what words to use, heading or Um, but within CCSD had moved on, or I don't know what the circumstances were, but I wanted to see if that position was filled with someone, if we're gonna continue ESS, and then also a person, well, actually two people. This person had still has a paycheck that would like to know what happened. And before, when ESS started and running in the district, were those just part-time or full-time or both, or how did that start out?
I am apologetic, but I didn't understand all of that. I did get that you want to know if the substitutes are full-time or part-time, and that's really a choice that each individual substitute makes. They get to control when they work and where they work. That's part of the benefit of being a substitute. But I didn't understand, if somebody can help me, what was said before that.
Do you want to repeat your question, Ms. Aspis?
Yes. So I was asking not only the part-time, full-time. Can you hear me now?
Not very clear.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little better, yes.
So, along with the full-time, part-time question, I was asking about, I don't know how it was set up before, but apparently there was a person within CCSD who ran the ESS and filled those positions, and that person has moved on, resigned, and I want to see who or if anybody was going to be filling that same position, and how ESS is working now.
So again, I'm struggling. I apologize. I think you're asking about people that have worked for us. I see that Floyanne is raised her hand. I'm not really sure if she can hear you better than I.
Yes, I think what Ms. Aspis was asking is if we filled the position with when the old accountant manager resigned, and is that correct, Ms. Aspis?
Yes, there was someone from ESS, and I believe the way it sounded like they worked there at CCSD, and now that person has resigned, and is there plans to have someone again?
Yeah, that's Mr. Chuck Thomas is the new account manager for CCSD.
That is correct. Thank you, Floy. Ms. Aspis, thank you for that question. Like every company, we have turnover. And Chuck, we were so fortunate to be able to find Chuck to put in this position, being as he is so involved in the community here. He speaks the language. He knows the people. He used to actually be a substitute for ESS. So he knows the system. He knows what it means to be a substitute, and he also knows his sister is a teacher, so he also knows that side of the board as well. So we are very, very fortunate to have him in place here at Central Consolidated School District. Did that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, one of them.
Thank-
And also I asked about the part-time, full-time, if that was always a choice or was one preferred over the other?
As far as the substitutes go?
Yes.
Okay. Honestly, there's a place in our system for both. We always would love to be able to bring on people that want to work 5 days a week. A lot of people that want to work 5 days a week are trying to get hired by a school district, so those people tend to get hired. But one of the major advantages of working as a substitute is that you get to choose your schedule. So part-time is something that we embrace. We definitely encourage even parents that just want to work at the schools around their house. We encourage whatever service they want to give to the school district by substituting in whatever capacity they have available.
Okay, thank you. And also you're asking me about if I was talking about substitutes. What else do you, it sounds like there's more than just the substitutes. What else are you employing? What positions are you employing within CCSD?
Floyd, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. I think what Trina was trying to get clarity on, Ms. Aspis, was whether or not you were speaking of the substitutes or the account managers in here at CCSD. And Chuck is a full-time employee, and I believe the previous two account managers that CCSD has were also full-time.
Well, my question is more of the employees, not the, I guess the administrator part of it or the managers. I'm asking about the employees. Are they full-time? Okay, what about this?
So the substitute?
This semester, are they full-time, part-time? And is that the only thing that your organization is employing, just substitute teachers, or is there more?
Sorry about that. Sorry.
There's another person that I think he worked with the food, and he mentioned, I think he used it with food. So is there other places that you're employing besides just substitute teachers?
Yes, ma'am, we do. We provide custodial. We provide food service. We provide bus drivers, bus aides, I apologize. And we also provide clerical.
Okay, and how do you handle your complaints?
Which complaints, ma'am?
Any complaint.
Okay. We have what we call an incident portal that is accessible by the secretaries, principals, vice principals in each school. If there is a complaint, concern about any substitute in the school, they have several options. They can call Chuck, and Chuck can contact that substitute and resolve whatever issue. They can file a formal complaint with our HR department through that incident reportal, and that gives them the option to request that substitute be retrained, be warned, be blocked from that specific classroom, be blocked from that school, or to be blocked from the district.
Ms. Trocek, when there is a complaint, when does that go over to ESS? Or how come that complaint is not made within CCSD's HR or our process?
It actually should be. All complaints, anything from the incident reportal, should go to HR here, Margaret. It should go to Chuck, and it should go to myself, as well as our HR department. So there are several people that are in line to receive that report once it's filed.
President Wells, may I answer Ms. Aspis?
Yes, you may.
I do get a copy of incident reports, so I am in the loop. Once in a while, it hasn't been for quite a while, I will get some kind of complaint or someone will reach out about ESS. Hasn't happened in a long time, and then I get everybody else in the loop. So we do handle all of their backgrounds at CCSD, so we make sure that they go through the same checking that our full-time employees go through. And those that come back with what we call hits have to be reviewed by myself and reviewed and potentially cleared. So, any more questions for me?
Okay, what about situations where one potential substitute, or however you want to look at it, is told that it's only a full-time position, and yet others are working part-time? How is that addressed?
Trina, I think that's for you.
Yes. Good evening, Ms. Aspis. This is Chuck Thomas. On that question that you're asking, where off of my experience with ESS, how I got into ESS is, my son. My son was at school. He was like, "Why don't you come with me someday, Dad?" So I went, and I seen a sign that says ESS, be a substitute. So I applied, and I saw what a great opportunity it was. And me being a substitute, I was able to have that flexibility of having that time off that I needed to instead of being committed to a full-time job. That's where a lot of places, like Walmart, you're committed for 40 hours a week, 32 hours a week. But with ESS, I was able to do that. And a lot of these subs that I'm working with now, they're enjoying that. They're enjoying it. They have time to go run their children to the hospital, take time off for themselves, personal care, health wise. They're enjoying it, and it's awesome. I'm enjoying it. I enjoy these teachers when they come in. The substitute teachers come and say, "Hey, I need a day." Okay, somebody else falls right into that class again. That's how it works. They choose it. They're happy. They're happy. That's how the atmosphere is. That's how I try and keep it among our substitutes, the custodial, the food service, and the substitute and clerical.
Does that address your question, Ms. Aspis?
Somewhat, yes, it does. But I'm asking, how are a complaint like that? How is that addressed? Yes. How does one applying for part-time and then told that it's a full-time, whereas there are others already employed that have already or are working part-time? How?
So if I'm understanding you, your concern is if we have people that are in full-time jobs and then we bring somebody in and they get removed from those full-time jobs, is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm asking, I guess,
Could I explain?
Please.
Yes.
To Trina? I think I understand what you're asking, Ms. Aspis. I think when someone applies, Trina, and they are told that it can only be for a full-time position, like let's say it's a specific teacher, and they are told, whether it's by the application specialist or maybe someone at the school, that it's got to be full-time if they want to have that job. I don't know that occurs, but that's the question, and the applicant is told this you can only you can only work full-time in this job. You can't work part-time. It kind of goes against how you're set up, that people can work both part-time and full-time. If it's a full-time long-term sub, I could see where if Mr. Thomas is trying to place someone and they need a full-time teacher and they want to have the same person trained in, I could see a conversation like that happening. Inadvertently, the applicant is interpreting it as, I can't work part-time, I can only work full-time. Does that explain it, Ms. Aspis, what you're asking?
Yes, there's just a lot of inconsistencies that I'm hearing about ESS and also payroll issues. And when it first started, we were asking at that time as a board about the background checks also, and that's also the person applying, that's their responsibility to pay for that. And we are in such a position as far as employment and seeking people, and especially local. And now, not only do we have to explain it, or the board where we stand as far as lacking people in certain positions, we explained that to you, Mrs. Trocek, but also now we're having to explain and hopefully having ESS understand. And so me as a board member, I know that I've always preferred and promoted local, and these are the very people that are coming forward with complaints, and we need to get that worked out. And to be honest, when I talk about complaints, it's not about um, the new person, I suppose, Mr. Thomas, Chuck Thomas, I'm not speaking of him, but when these issues do come up as well, people were given a phone number to call, and the person did call, and it wasn't professional. Again, these people are seeking employment, and we just need to do better.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Can I respond to that? Or were you still going? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Aspis, I think I understand several of the things that you are referring to, and I would like very much to address them, if I may. We are not a company who ever claims that we're perfect. Things happen. We know in every district there are issues sometimes, not very often, with payroll because there's human error. There's accountability on the substitute, there's accountability in the schools, and there's accountability on us. All three have to work in tandem to make that work. I cannot speak for people before Chuck, but I can speak and say that we do not hire anybody telling them that they have to be a full-time position. If a long-term position comes up and we ask if somebody is interested, then they volunteer for that, they apply for that, they get to go and meet with the teacher and find out if that teacher wants them in there. And at that point, during that period of that absence, they would be asked to do full-time. But again, that is a volunteer situation. They can choose that or not choose that. But we hire based on essentially part-time. As far as complaints go, I'm not sure if there's a company on the planet that doesn't have some sort of complaint here and there. We do address and strive for constant improvement. We do make changes when changes need to be made so that we can honor our commitment to our districts, to our substitutes, to our students. As far as phone numbers and things being handed out, I do know that in the transition from the previous account manager to Chuck being trained, we did bring in myself. I was here. Floyanne was here. We had another account manager from Gallup was here. We were manning phones virtually. We had the cell phone. Floyanne had the cell phone and she was managing that. We were absolutely 100% committed to making sure that that absence wasn't felt by this district more than anybody leaving a position is felt by leaving a district. We do have a very large team, and they do pick up the slack. Great example is for myself personally. I'm here today. My office manager in a district in Utah went to the hospital today. So I have somebody out of Arizona watching my district in Washington County, Utah. So we're a team. We work as a team. We support as a team. Did I miss any bullet points on that?
No, but you know that lack of a person, or when that person resigned, we did feel that loss, and And it's just right about that time when some people were in need and needed some questions asked. And so those were the some of the things that they encountered. And but again, being in the educational field and also on our area on the reservation, partially on the reservation, we have needs. I mean, and if we have a potential employee, we can't lose them by, some of these complaints that have surfaced. And then, they just forget it altogether and just go on, either to a different district or forget the thought altogether. But we are in need, and especially if they're local, that's a big plus for us, and if they're qualified and but one complaint was payroll, in which apparently you keep the first check. Am I correct in that?
I'm sorry. So when you're asking about, there was noise in the room, I apologize. When you're asking about the complaint with payroll, are you saying that it has not been corrected?
No.
Okay. Well, I would love to make sure that that gets fixed. So I will discuss that. You know what we're talking about? Okay. So I will discuss that before I leave to go back to Utah and make sure that situation is fixed.
Well, I'd like for you to answer that question in the employment process. The first payroll check is kept by ESS.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, our payroll is a third-party payroll. Okay, so we do pay 2 weeks in arrears, and we do have checks in place with the schools to make sure that the times are correct. So there's a process in where the school, they get clocked in and out at the school, and the schools admins have to make sure that those numbers are accurate for those subs to get paid accurately. And if those two things there don't happen, then unfortunately, there are things that get missed. Floyanne.
Yes, I think so. What was communicated to Ms. Aspis, if I'm understanding, is that she just asked if we kept the substitutes first paycheck, and we don't. As Trina stated, their pay is 2 weeks in arrears, so they'll get a paycheck that third Friday that they work, because paychecks every Friday, and then every week thereafter. But their pay is always 2 weeks in arrears. So that third or that first paycheck they get is for the first week worked. So no, we don't keep any money from the substitutes. They make every single, everything that they earn. It's just 2 weeks in arrears.
And they can verify that, Ms. Aspis, by their paycheck stubs in the OASIS paycheck system. They will be able to see exactly what days they got paid for and how much they got paid for each of those days. We're very transparent on that. They create their own portal there, and they can access that as often as they want to verify that, and we encourage that, actually, to verify that their pay is accurate. But that is the 2 weeks in arrears. And one of the benefits of 2 weeks in arrears is if there is a time that needs to be changed, it gives us a few days to make sure that that is accurate before we send it to our payroll department.
Okay, and also, at one time during the holidays, there was a payroll issue, and I believe some ESS people didn't get it on time for holidays. So has that been corrected, or is there, why did that happen?
So again, we pay 2 weeks in arrears. During the holidays, you're not working. You have a 2-week period of time-ish that you don't work. So when we get back into school, we're again 2 weeks in arrears. So those 2 weeks that you don't work are going to show up 2 weeks later in January due to the fact that we're 2 weeks in arrears. It's the same thing that happens with spring break. It's the same thing that happens with like the fall holiday break. We do have a very transparent pay date schedule. It is on our portal. People can print it. It will tell you the day that you're going to get paid and what week you're going to get paid for. So again, you can verify that with your schedule and your paycheck stubs. It's a very transparent process.
Okay, that transparency you're talking about, was that when you first started with CCSD? Was that all in place? When you offered your services to CCSD?
I'm sorry, that was not very clear. I apologize. Did anybody hear that? Go ahead, Floyan.
She was asking if that same transparency was in place when we first started working with CCSD.
Absolutely. Our our payday policy has not changed. Our paycheck policy has not changed. I have been with the company for 3 years. We've been with CCSD for 4. It has always been 2 weeks in arrears. It's 2 weeks in arrears for us. It's 2 weeks in arrears for the substitutes. Our ability to see our paychecks has always been there. We did switch payroll companies. However, the ability to go to your portal and see your paycheck stubs was still there. Actually, now with our Will Sub Plus program, it's even easier for the subs to see the times that they clocked in and out and verify that on their own on a daily basis. Floyan, did you have something else for that?
Yes, I do. I also, if people had problems, I'm not sure how many years ago during the holidays, which that's awful, that they had a hard time getting paid. So we encourage substitutes to either do direct deposit or to get a pay card. There's still a lot of substitutes that elect to get paper checks mailed to them. And especially during the holidays, the United States Postal Service has slowed down just a bit. And it is our expectation that we do communicate that with the substitutes, that either do direct deposit or get a pay card, because if you get a check, it gets mailed out on Friday from New Jersey, so we can't tell you when it's going to arrive in New Mexico.
Good point. Thank you, Floyan.
So the checks are coming from New Jersey?
Yes, ma'am. Our paper checks get mailed out of Paychecks, Oasis Paychecks headquarters, and that is out of New Jersey. And they mail on Fridays, just like we deposit. That's just like they deposit into the accounts on Fridays. Anybody that does not have a direct deposit or a pay card, they cut the check and mail them on the Fridays as well. One of the advantages with our payroll company is, and being 2 weeks in arrears, is if a payday does land on a holiday, we actually pay you before you're supposed to get paid. We don't hold their money until that next Monday. We actually pay them prior to payday so people don't go without.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions and the opportunity to answer.
Are there any other questions from the board? Once again, thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for not being able to hear very well.
Next agenda item E, security update. Mr. Griego and First of all, would you pronounce your last name for me?
Verholst.
Try it again.
Verholst. D is fine, sir. So, hi, my name is Devin Verholst. I'm the COVID safety coordinator for Central Consolidated School District.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Griego. I'm the safety coordinator for the district.
Thank you for allowing us to speak and do this presentation tonight. Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, Aspis, and Mr. Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Carlson, Superintendent Carlson, and Assistant Superintendent Mr. Deswood. So here at Central Consolidated School District, we rely upon best practices laid out by the Department of Justice and also groups such as the schoolsafety.gov. In addition to the state of New Mexico that reviews all of our school safety plans for any deficiencies or, that allows the checks and balances for them to let us know where we need to improve at any particular school site. So these plans are not available to the public. We don't want to reveal that to anybody, but we can make those available to you as we start to get the new ones coming in and getting them signed off in Santa Fe by, what's the date on that for this? December 2nd. It's coming up. Next slide. So we wanted to talk to you guys about how we do, there's multiple facets when it comes down to the safety here at Central Consolidated School District, and we wanted to kind of just give you a preview of our focus and how we start out from a wide view and then work that focus inward to inside the schools. So we do that through multiple ways, and one of these is the environmental design, which is a concept of the architectural design of the schools, right, that helps to deter crime or prevent or delay anything that's going on, anybody that wants to cause harm or come into the school sites themselves. So we divide that up into different zones. So we have our outer zone that consists of the fencing, our new security checkpoints. Then inside the middle zone is the actual outside of the school itself with the emphasis on all of the doors. And then that last zone is the inner zone, which consists of the hallways and classrooms and inside of the actual campus themselves. So when we're looking at the threat assessments that are completed that we do, and we go out to those sites and we work with Palms and Associates with that, we work with operations department, we work with law enforcement, local law enforcement and police entities and emergency responders. We look at where we have those holes, and then we try to make sure that we put in the work orders and we mitigate that and we fix those problems immediately. So another way that we also do that is through technology. We've talked about this before when it comes down here at Central Consolidated School Districts with the access control doors, cameras, and where we put those cameras and are they working, where we have to add additional cameras or additional access doors. The implementation of our communication systems, the radios that we've worked really hard throughout the district to make sure that each staff member has that ability to communicate. Also with the administrative staff, the ability to lock down all the doors and exterior gates in the schools during any type of emergency. And those are under construction as we talked about before. And as you can see, if you were to drive through, like just as an example, the Kirtland area schools, you can see the erection of those new security gates that are being installed right now. And then also with the staff, right, which is an integral part of what we're trying to achieve as well here at CCSD. And that's making sure that we're training our staff in many different areas and providing different times and being flexible with our courses and our classes and bringing in those types of instructors on radios. Also the avert type of trainings, the stuff that we're bringing in to help make sure that the staff is empowering themselves in understanding the greater picture of our safety. Also the implementation of our lead safety advisors, to be able to assist the administration with the monitoring the day-to-day school activities, have their ability to access the camera system, put in work orders, looking at doors that are that are malfunctioning, locks, and all that other stuff that goes on when it comes down to upkeep and the maintenance of that, and working very closely with the other departments within our district to get those addressed as well. And they'll help out with unruly students and assist administrations with students and visitors. And these advisors, they're going to be certified in CPR, AED, CPI as well. And then our outside entities, we kind of touched on this at the last time that we talked about, just kind of give you more of an update. Following with the emergency response, the San Juan County Sheriff's Office, San Juan County 911 Communications Authority, being able to have that ability to log into our camera systems, which we've implemented. We talked about building those relationships with New Mexico State Police and the FBI and the Navajo Police Department, being able to give them those access ID cards so they can enter our schools when those emergencies happen. And we've been able to successfully hand those cards out to them and to their staff so they're able to come to any one of our schools throughout the district. Doesn't matter if you're located down in Oshchitty, Newcomb, Shiprock, or here in Kirtland. They have that ability to come and help out when those emergencies arise. The other stuff that we wanted to make sure that we touch base on there is that we're trying to build the relationships with the Navajo Bureau of Criminal Investigations as well. And then our Rolodex with the implementation of the new lead safety advisors, the Rolodex that comes with them and their contacts with these emergency personnel and first responders is a great asset to our district for sure. So we wanted to make sure that they have, the ability to allow to take that knowledge that they have and teach the staff and even in educating the students that are there as well. So when we talk about the lead safety advisors, they also can help with the inspections. They're helping out with the school safe plans. They're involved with the fire drills. They're involved with all the drills within the district. They're also listening to the needs of the teachers and to the administrators as to what is problem or potential problem areas, and then how do they help fix that or mitigate those circumstances by providing education, by working with the students, by developing that relationship as part of a family. And this also includes the monthly meetings with the drills, and then the reunification between the parents and staff that we're working on, and the upcoming drills and trainings that we're going to be having on the reunification in itself.
Okay. Continuing off what Mr. Verhulst was talking about, the lead safety advisor locations, we were successful in hiring 10 applicants. 2 were placed out at Shiprock High School, 2 were placed out at Kirtland High School, 1 out at Newcomb High School, 1 out at Career Prep, 1 at Newcomb Middle School, 1 at Sabatai Middle School, 1 at Ojo Elementary, and 1 at Noshchitty. So we're all concerned about the violent threats that occur within the school setting. If and when such a situation arises, our district is committed to providing highly trained staff members who can respond to these emergencies efficiently and effectively. We focused our efforts in accomplishing this goal and protecting our staff and students by hiring applicants who have acquired the following specialized skill set. We pushed a lot we were really trying to get retired law enforcement officers or law enforcement experience. We were successful in getting some applicants that have police academy level instructor certifications, train the trainer certifications, some with military experience, security, EMT, first responder experience, and higher education related to criminal justice psychology or related fields. So some of their duties as the lead safety advisors, they'll help provide instruction and direction to the administrators and staff regarding safety emergency situations and work closely with the school staff to foster a better understanding of school safety function needed to secure a safe learning environment. They proactively work with the school's leadership teams to collaborate the school's administrative team to implement safety plans, protocols, and procedures. They also provide the leadership and direction to develop, implement, and oversee the district safety program at their assigned sites. They work with local law enforcement on anything they need assistance with at their assigned sites. They report, record, observe, and write reports of student conduct violation, disturbance, fights, unethical behavior, and/or school thefts, vandalism, break-ins to the site. Since we've implemented these applicants and they're working at the sites, I've seen a huge increase in the reporting that we've been getting than what we've had in the previous year. Just for example, at Kirtland, I know that we've had several reports from the lead safety advisors over there where they've been intervening and catching students with vape pens, utilizing THC, recognizing some safety issues in the school district where we've had to close gates to secure the campus. They're also responsible to patrol district property for any suspicious activity, unauthorized personnel, building checks, parking lots, and district housing areas. Some of the training that some have already received or going to receive is the active violence emergency response training. Currently, our district has successfully trained over 100 staff members to include the lead safety advisors. They've attended the training. Classes are continuing at all the school sites until the beginning of December. All school sites and staff will have hosted or attended this training once we're completed. CPI training, all the lead safety advisors will be certified by 9/21 of this year, which I believe is tomorrow. 7 have already completed that training. The other 3 are going to complete that tomorrow. We also are going to host a training on October 1st to get them their level 1 guard certification cards. This will occur on October 1st, so they'll be certified with their guard cards. Title IX training, all the lead safety advisors will be trained in Title IX procedures. And first aid, CPR, AED, and tourniquet training. Currently, the district has hosted several CPR, AED, tourniquet trainings. We've successfully trained over 135 CCSD staff members, and to include some of the lead safety advisors. These classes are continuing until the end of November. San Juan County is going to be hosting a reunification training. The date is incorrect on this. I saw that. It's actually going to occur October 4th. Devin and I actually have a meeting on Thursday with the county to talk about the logistics and what all that's going to incur. That concludes our presentation, Board President, and we can stand for questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions from the board?
Board President, I have a question, or I have 2 questions.
Okay.
So, what dates were these lead safety advisors hired? Was it back in the beginning of September or in August?
It was in August, Secretary George.
Okay, so my concern is that if they were hired in August, they've been practicing and being hired without having a New Mexico guard card. And not only that, they were in the schools with the students, and there was some reports of them stepping in some situations, and they were not CPI certified. We have violated those New Mexico laws, and still today, we're in violation. That to me is, and I've made this comment before to make sure that they had their guard card before they started implementing, because they've been now acting in the capacity of a security guard, and they don't even have their guard card. We're liable. We're a state entity. And I'm just speaking in the best interest of the district. I mean, I applaud you guys for, going above and beyond to get these, but we could have had security guards that had already had their guard card in place if we would have went with that Four Corners, Allstate, or the other security company, because they had guards that were current on their guard cards. And now we're in we're liable now. And that's not good. That's not good for our district. So that's a major, major concern.
Secretary George, I'd like to address that. We are going to get their guard cards October 1st. We were trying to get away with calling them security guards. We've talked to several districts, Farmington Municipal Schools along with Aztec. Farmington Municipal Schools have already implemented this. We asked about the guard card certification. None of the people that they have working in their school district, I believe they have 12, they're calling them safety monitors, have their guard cards. Their functions are not per se just security. They're also there to assist and build relationships with students, work with staff, advise on any incidents to direct the administrators on how to handle the situation. As far as the CPI training, I believe we had them certified in CPI. It was within a couple of days of hire.
And ma'am, I'd like to add a little bit more to that. When we're talking about, we went to the Safe School Summit meeting where all the school districts here get together and they talk about all the safety improvements and what they're doing and the current trends that they're implementing inside the school districts themselves. And one of those was lead safety monitors and the districts, Aztec, Bloomfield, Farmington, moving away from security guards or contracted security guard functions. When we look at the actual guard card themselves, and we talk to our Palms and Associates, which is our insurance provider, we've brought in and implemented a program where we've hired CCSD staff members that have been 20-year veterans in the police force and held multiple positions within that. We've hired individuals, mature individuals, male, female, that have military experience, first responder experience, that teach and hold certifications at a level where they teach academy level classes for upcoming law enforcement officers. And the reason why I wanted to preface that is because in the state of New Mexico, to have your guard card, your requirements are you have to be a minimum of 18 years old, and that training that they have is only 8 hours long. And the courses that consist during that 8-hour training to get your New Mexico guard card is on observation, on a little bit of de-escalation skills, and so forth. So you can obtain your guard card by being 18 years old and receiving 8 hours of instructional training. What we're doing here at CCSD is we're bringing in years of experience of people that have way more hours, thousands of hours of instruction and training, and have been out there fielding very dangerous calls, have been in situations that can maturely handle this, understand the incident command system, understand our chain of command, are very good at report writing skills, and bring that to our district to help advise all of our administrators. And Palms and Associates, when we talked to them, ma'am, they said, hey, it's great to add that extra layer of protection by getting them their guard card. Go ahead and do it. And that's why we went ahead. We heard the board saying, hey, they need to have their guard card. And that's what we're doing. And the fastest class that we could have them come up here and do that is October 1st. But I don't want us I want everybody to understand respectfully that to get your guard card, 18 years old and 8 hours of training versus the decades of experience that we brought in and implemented and put them in these school sites to help mitigate other circumstances. And we went away from the terminology of them being guards. They're advisors, they're safety advisors. That's their expertise. That's what we hired. That's what we're leaning towards.
Board President, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
So my questioning is not the training that you just specified. I understand all the training. My concern and what my point is that before they were hired, they needed to have the guard card in place already because they're acting in the capacity with all this training that you just said, they're acting in the capacity of a guard, of a advisor. So if I'm at the school and I do something and I'm a student and I violate any of the policies, especially behavior-wise, and I get aggravated or I get I pose threatening behaviors towards another student or a staff, your security, your advisors are going to come with me with they're going to try to put their hands on me to de-escalate with no CPI certification, no training yet as of tomorrow, and they have no guard card to touch me and to detain me or to even question me. That is why I'm saying that we need to have the guard card, the CPI in place, because that is a civil liability on school campus. You can't touch me if I'm at a game. You can't touch me. You can't apprehend me. You have to wait for the police to come. And in those moments waiting, a situation can escalate, but you cannot touch me because you are not certified. You do not hold the current certifications that you just specified. And those specifications of training that you stated are of a level 1 security guard through the state. And there's 2 other levels. That's an unarmed level 1 security. And also there's the level 2, level 3, which the level 2 carries the mace, the sprays, the baton, the handcuffs. And then level 3, obviously they have the armed, they carry a gun with everything else. And they also have the state police training there. And so that's what I'm talking about. And, you know, respectfully, regardless of all the training, because I personally have the SPOT training. I'm a train the trainer for that. And so a lot of other safety things that I'm trained in as a trainer. And I mean, you know, I have those qualifications, but I can't go and be a security guard or act in the capacity of a security guard because I don't have a guard card, New Mexico guard card. And I'm also a CPI trainer, which I could, but if I didn't have that training, I couldn't act in that capacity either. That's why staff that are not trained in that cannot be involved handling a student. That's my point. And, you know, and they don't have no FEMA training. I haven't heard anything about the FEMA 100, 200, 300, the reunification and all of that as well. So respectfully, you can have all this military background, all this police background, and be a retired officer. But if you don't have the proper licensing, you cannot act in that capacity.
Thank you, Secretary George. I do want to bring up that, even if we had security guards and they had their guard cards, they're required to follow school policy, which is if there's an incident at a school where there's an altercation that breaks out, a security guard is going to be there, but they're also going to call their safety team that's listed on their school safe plan. CPI is going to be implemented. Of course, we're going to try to de-escalate the situation. By no means a security guard working in the school district is allowed to detain and handcuff somebody. In regards to the CPI, I did mention that 7 of our lead safety advisors were trained in CPI a couple days after they were hired. And we're trying to get the training set up quick enough to where we can get these guys trained. Like Mr. Verhul said, when we reached out to get these guys certified with their guard cards, the earliest class we could get was October 1st. I understand your concerns and I appreciate your comments.
Well, I'm just saying that these individuals shouldn't have been, Mr. Superintendent Carlson, I think that hiring these individuals right out without having their guard card or their CPI first in place for training, I mean, if they were hired in August, they should have been sent to those or have those 2 certifications already taken and passed. And if it wasn't already, like if it was taking this long, they shouldn't have been hired until now, until they were certified. It's just the best interest of the district because it's just liability. That's my main concern.
Thank you, Ms. George. We understand all those points, and since they are hired, the safety team that we have currently, you are right, they will not touch students, and they will get all the necessary training, and most have had the initial training, and we will do our best moving forward. And I appreciate your points, and I think over time you'll see that this situation will show that this was the right move. If you don't mind, I'm going to just elaborate a little bit. We have with us today a gentleman who was hired in this capacity at Kirtland Central High School, and that's former Officer Dave Hamlin. And I was over at Kirtland Central today, and I couldn't believe the difference between what a security guard can do and what our team members can do, our safety team. I actually asked him, how do they cover the halls so much? I saw the 2 team members in Kirtland Central High School almost the whole time I was walking through the hall, and I was in the building about 40 minutes. And I asked him, I said, well, do you ever just stand in place? And he said, well, yesterday I walked about 10 miles during the school day. And that's because they're watching over the entire school. Whereas the situation that I've seen in the past with security guards, they generally stand in one spot and they don't really interact with students. Whereas former Officer Hamlin, he's formed relationships with students who are letting him know about safety situations. And again, I just think it's going to be a fantastic situation. And I get your points, and we will get them all the certifications they need. And we hope that moving forward, you'll see that this is a fantastic arrangement. But thank you for those concerns.
Board President, may I respond?
Go ahead.
Mr. Superintendent, I just thank you for that respond. But even with a retired police officer, now with respect, there's some officers who were not good officers, and you know what I mean? And if they're freelancing now, so to speak, they could really, I don't know, it really bothers me because like they say, trigger happy people with people who get guns in the wrong hands and they get trigger happy. Same thing could be said about ex-police officers, ex-military. They get this cocky attitude and they think, okay, well, I'm in this position now, and you know, it just really worries me about the attitude part and not having these trainings, the you know, for them to work, actually be employed and working. And we have these students, they have rights, and we have staff that are working right now who are employed and don't have the proper certifications. We're violating these students' rights and also the staff's rights. It just really bothers me. And I think that right now, you know, it just until they get those certifications, I mean, you guys are going to have to really be careful with liability, really careful, because in those schools, there's fights, there's all kinds of stuff, paraphernalia, weed. You can't, I mean, liability is really, it's really crossing the line. So I'm just really, it really bothers me, but thank you.
Thank you, Secretary George.
Any other comments?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
On this whole issue. First of all, Superintendent Carlson, how was this path chosen? To go this route of providing security. How did it come about, and whose idea, or how was this the pathway?
Thank you for the question, Board Member Aspis. This came about with the school board's suggestion after, in the June meeting when the RFP was not passed, where we didn't go with the company that was recommended, and it was tabled. The suggestion was made, why don't we hire our own people, our people from the community to serve in our schools? And so we were tasked with looking around to see how other districts were handling the situation. And Mr. Griego and Mr. Verhulst talked to people from Farmington, people from Aztec and around the state, and they were doing something very similar to what we've put in place now. And so we're patterning what we're doing a little bit after some of these other folks, but it was also after the board's suggestion to not hire a company such as I guess I shouldn't mention the name of the one that was recommended before the board, and the board's suggestion was a good one because that company would siphon our funds to outside places like Albuquerque or California. And so that's where kind of the idea was hatched. And I hope you understand there was great care by these gentlemen in putting this together. There was a lot of time and effort. They did consult the district lawyer to make sure that we are okay with all that we're doing. And so, you know, we're just doing our best. And again, I really appreciate the efforts of Mr. Griego and Mr. Verhulst to put this together. And again, I think that you will find that in the long run, this will be the best arrangement for our district.
Well, yeah, you recapped most of it, and I thought the board offered a solution by putting it out for rebid, and apparently nobody listens to the board. We find ourselves in this situation, and I believe there was two or one more other matter which resulted in a rebid, and so other districts are consulted instead of taking what the board had offered as a solution. And I just, and some of the concerns that are brought forth by Secretary George is legitimate. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say because it's going to be ignored anyway.
Are there any other comments?
Mr. President, I have another comment.
Yes, ma'am.
So it was stated that it was other districts were contacted and asked, what their progress was, what they were doing for their security, how they were going through their process. I appreciate that, going through the local districts like Bloomfield, Farmington, so on. But the only significance that we have with those schools is Kirtland. When you talk about schools on the Navajo reservation, it's a totally different environment. It's a totally different game, because you have to look at the laws for Navajo Nation. A level 1 guard can't carry, most of the stuff that a regular guard can, because you're on the reservation. You can't even carry mace. And so there's just a lot. We're just so, it's just different. If you would have reached out to, say, another BIE school, they're still using security companies. And, there's just a huge civil liability here. And that's my main thing, because without, and I'm surprised that the lawyers who for Palms and Associates, and the other lawyers that you guys have contacted, that they are saying that it's okay. I mean, it's not okay with the state. When we go to New Mexico State, the law there is that you have to have an active guard card, or you're acting in the capacity of one, which you cannot do. Just like if I was a health assistant, but I'm doing nurse duties without a nursing license, I'm acting in the capacity of a nurse. If I'm like, it's just such a walking on eggshells, and I'm just very, 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 very concerned about litigation and about crossing the students' civil rights, because there's students out there that know their rights, and they know the handbook. So, and there's some parents out there that know the handbook, and they know their civil rights. They know their rights. It's just a huge liability.
Ms. George, thank you for that. Mr. Griego and myself, sincerely would like to sit down and discuss this further with you, and we can set up an appointment to talk about this, because I think that once we're able to clearly convey the legal parameters of the semantics of walking on the eggshells about what is required by employing a safety advisor versus a true security guard, I think that you'll find, and other board members will find, What we're attempting to achieve here at CCSD will drastically reduce the same concerns and with the same conviction that you have, along with the rest of the board members, in reference to incidents in violation of anyone's rights. And I encourage that we try to come together and have that meeting so we can discuss this in further.
Anything else from the board? Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Candace, you're next.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, members of the board. Tonight, I would like to bring forth the RFP that is in partnership with PSFA for our 5-year master plan for the district. This is required through PSFA for funding for the districts. And what this is a company comes in and does a survey of all our sites and all our facilities and helps us develop a 5-year master plan moving forward and what projects we'll need to accomplish and the wants and needs of our staff. We had one respondent, Sharon, if you can, thank you. We had one respondent to the RFP, and it was Capital AE, which they have also done several master plans with PSFA for other districts here in the state. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Thompson, I
Yes.
guess you're done.
Thank you, Board President.
Next on the agenda, item G, letter of support for the extension of CCSD. Is that 11 visa holders? Before we turn the time over to Ms. Chappelle, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. And it is 8:35, so 8:40 we will reconvene. I apologize for being late to get back in here. We will reconvene and reconvene with item G. Letter of support for extension of CCSD visa holders. Ms. Chappelle?
Good evening, Board President and board members, Superintendent Carlson, and attendees. I've been asked to present on the need potentially for a J1 waiver on the requirement that J1 exchange teachers have to return to their home country for 2 years before being able to come back. Initially, we talked about having this be potentially a letter from the board. However, after conducting some research and better understanding the process, my recommendation is that the board, if it so chooses, issue a resolution instead that can be attached to letters that would go to several state and federal officials. With that, I think it might be just easier for me to read the resolution and then stand for questions. I do also have a comparison between the J1 program and the H1B program. J1, just for point of reference, is the teacher exchange program, wherein that's a temporary program, whereas the H1B program is a more direct path to permanent citizenship. And I can go through those details in more depth if the board so desires. Is it the preference of the board for me to move on with the resolution?
Yes.
Whereas there are currently about 35 Filipino teachers participating in the J1 exchange teacher program, and 27 of these teachers are in their 5th and last year of the J1 exchange teacher program. And unless a waiver is granted, will have to return to their home country for 2 years before they are eligible to return. Whereas the CCSD Filipino teacher community has requested the school district support in helping them obtain a waiver of the 2-year home country physical presence requirement so that these teachers can remain in the district and obtain permanent residency without having to first return to the Philippines. Whereas CCSD recognizes there is a great need for teachers and other educational staff, especially given the ongoing challenges with the local economy, COVID, and the extremely important need to bridge the educational and social emotional gaps of our students as described by Yazzie Martinez v. State of New Mexico lawsuit. Whereas according to the UNM Southwest Outreach Academic Research Evaluation and Policy Center, there is a teacher shortage in the state of New Mexico, as well as for other educational professions such as counselors, social workers, educational assistants, school psychologists, etc. Whereas CCSD supports the retention of these teachers, most of whom are level 2 and level 3 teachers that have been certified by the NMPED and have obtained either a master's or doctorate degree. These teachers are highly skilled, experienced, and well regarded in our district and communities. Whereas the CCSD Filipino teacher community has contributed greatly to the students and families in the district through their service as teachers, mutually beneficial cultural exchange, and also through the longevity and consistency of the community of the Filipino teachers that is growing in the district. And whereas in addition to the need CCSD has for retaining the CCSD Filipino teacher community, not granting the waiver would create extreme hardship to these teachers and their families. Many of our teachers have children born in the United States as well as American spouses. Not granting the waiver would create extreme disruption and hardship for these families. Additionally, the COVID-19 situation in the Philippines and current healthcare and economic instability are cause for great concern. Being sent to their home country to navigate and contend for services from a broken healthcare system and struggling economy would create financial instability for these families. Furthermore, all the teachers employed under the J1 exchange program would have no jobs awaiting them upon their return because they were required to submit proof of resignation before being granted entry into the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved that CCSD has proposed to retain J1 exchange teachers by supporting and assisting in obtaining a J1 waiver described herein, utilizing the interested government agency and hardship options. And be it further resolved that the board directs the district to work with the New Mexico Congressional Delegation, Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Public Education Department, the Cabinet Secretary of the United States Public Education Department, the Superintendent of the Department of Diné Education, Cabinet Secretary of the United States Department of Interior, the Director of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and any other governmental officials to support obtaining the J1 waiver described herein. Board, I stand for questions, and I would also note that Mr. Venturina is here as well, and we can both help answer questions and provide additional information as needed.
Are there any comments or questions from the board?
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya.
Yes, as everybody knows, I'm out here in Washington, and today we were able to go up to the Hill and visit with the 3 congressional representatives, and we also had a Zoom with the 2 senators, or at least their staff, and we expressed at every visit the importance of trying to secure an extension or a transference of the J1 to the H-1B visas. And one of the things I found out was that the BIE actually applied for an extension for the J1 employees, because as a governmental agency, they were able to do that. And there are certain parameters that fall underneath that. And so our contention, or my contention, was to say that if they can do that as a governmental agency, and us, CCSD, as a subgroup of the state of New Mexico, as a political entity, should retain the ability to do the same. So that information was given to the 3 congressional members and their staff, and also the senators and their staff to look at, to see what they can do, because really part of the problem is in regards to the State Department and their ability and justifications to either deny or not to deny. And one other point that needs to be made too is that understanding that the Filipino government also is, to some degree, and I think Mr. Venturina can speak to this better than I can, impeding the process a bit because of what is called brain drain, which is what they see as the pooling of the talent from their country to the United States. We understand that, but at the same time, we believe, I think, and I could say, I was saying we because of, I was with Zuni, and we were talking about that to the congressional representatives, their ability and their right to work for extensions here in the United States with the communities that they serve. So with that, again, that's kind of an update, and I made sure that at every opportunity we expressed that to the people here in Washington, and they're very receptive and are looking into whatever they can do. And I did express that the board was considering a letter of support for that cause as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Are there any other comments? Do you have anything else, Ms. Chappelle?
No, sir. I was just asked to report on this one piece. And I did email the draft to all board members. So if you would like any wording change or have other suggestions, I'm happy to implement those.
Apparently nobody has any other changes.
Is it the pleasure of the board to put this on the next agenda for a vote? I don't think it's an action item today. Sharon, Ms. Ray, am I correct in that? Oh, it is. Okay. I apologize. I stand corrected.
Thank you, Ms. Chappelle.
Yes, sir. Thank you, board members.
Next item, item H, National Youth Risk Behavioral Survey. Mr. Carlson.
Board President Wells, members of the board. This is, I do believe, also an action item. I did receive this letter maybe about a week ago or less actually, and were able to put it on the agenda for this evening. And this letter is I'll go ahead and explain. It's from the Centers for Disease Control, and I'll read it and I'll try to highlight some important parts. And I don't know if you've all read this or not yet, but I'll go ahead and just go through it real quick. Superintendent Carlson, we're inviting 2 schools in your district to participate in the 2023 National Youth Risk Behavior Survey, sponsored by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. These schools are among the approximately 315 schools randomly selected across the United States. The YRBS is an ongoing survey of students grades 9 through 12 that assesses priority health risk behavior, including behaviors that result in unintentional injuries and violence, including suicidality, tobacco use, alcohol and other drug use, sexual behaviors that contribute to HIV infection, other sexually transmitted diseases, and unintended pregnancies, unhealthy dietary behaviors, and physical inactivity. The survey was designed in collaboration with federal agencies and numerous state and local departments of education and health. It's conducted biennially in odd-numbered years to collect timely data from our nation's students. I know that you all can read, and you can probably go ahead and read through that. It's just some important points. The 2 schools that were chosen, I guess at random, I don't know how, but at random, were Kirtland Central High School and Shiprock High School. Typically 1 or 2 classes, equating to about 25 to 50 students in each grade selected, are chosen randomly. And so it's up to the schools how they would like to choose that. They would like 2 9th grade classes, 2 10th, 2 11th, and 2 12th. Data collection can occur January through May of 2023. So they do use tablets by specially trained field staff during a normal class period. Some things about the tablets. The questionnaire is actually, it's very lengthy, but it is, I believe it's over 100 questions, and I cannot share those questions. I do have a draft copy of those, but you're not allowed to share them. But they do ask the kind of behaviors that they're asking about. And it should take about 25 minutes. The reason it doesn't take any longer is because if you answer no to certain sections, the way it's designed, it skips on past that section and goes on to the next section. So, for instance, if it's asking about tobacco use, it'll ask if you ever tried tobacco, and if your answer is no, then you would skip the next 10 or so questions and go on to the next section. And so that's kind of the way the survey is. The very last paragraph is kind of important for the board because those two schools, as a symbol of appreciation for contributing to time and support, the CDC provides each participating school, it says, with a monetary award. And there's no restrictions to use those funds. Since it doesn't specify in this letter, I did call them up and find that that award for participation in the survey is $500. You all can read through the rest of that. I believe some more pertinent information is that parents do have they can opt out of the survey, and it's generally done. They send a letter home with students is one way they do it, and if the letter is not returned, the assumption is they opt in. But the principals of those schools can also make it so that students can opt out more formally as well. But there is an opt out for these surveys. The results from the survey are used nationally, and so this is something that, again, it's a board prerogative to either choose to participate in the survey or not. And I believe that's about all the information I have. I do have in a packet that they sent quite a few letters of support for the survey from different folks, including Boys and Girls Club of America, U.S. Public Health Service, Office of Public Health Support, Indian Health Service, all advocate for taking this particular survey. National Association for School Psychologists and several other ones. But anyway, there's quite a few letters of support. If the board chooses to allow the survey to be distributed, I will send this to the principals after, I believe I'll do it tomorrow. So I stand for any questions.
I have one question, Superintendent.
Sir.
Are these questionnaires anonymous?
They are. Good question. I probably should have, I think that is in there somewhere, but yes, they are. Yeah, I should have read the second to last paragraph out loud. Survey administration procedures are designed to protect student privacy and allow for anonymous participation. So yes. And I guess a further sentence is also important. States, counties, cities, school districts, schools, and students will not be identified in any published reports.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Haskey.
I think you stated it, but can you state what kind of data they're seeking again, please?
So do you mean for the different types of questions? The data?
No, for the study. What are they seeking, or what kind of information are they extrapolating? Thank you.
So yeah, I guess it's not super specific, other than the youth, the YRBS survey, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Data will provide valuable insight into the current and emerging trends of youth engagement and risk behaviors. I guess I hadn't read that part before, but that's good to know. So they just want to know, the percentage of our students who are engaging in any of those risky behaviors: tobacco use, suicidality, violence, alcohol and drug use, and sexual activity.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Move on to item I then, CCSD redistricting. Superintendent, go ahead.
Board President Wells, board members, this is not so much of a report as it is just to let you know kind of what's been happening with the redistricting process. I don't know if everybody remembers when I first started as the interim superintendent, in March, within the first couple of days of beginning, we had a gentleman come before the board with fairly recent shape files, and that was Leonard Gorman of the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. And Mr. Gorman was presenting possible or past redistricting of the district and suggesting boundaries based on percentages. And so that was my introduction to redistricting. I didn't actually find out until fairly recently that this needs to be done during this year, during 2022. And so what I've presented right here for everyone to take a look at, and I might need to rely on, I know we have the district attorney available, but what I've presented, I don't think I should go through everything on there. I think the most pertinent information is on the second page. But this is what I've put on here are just the New Mexico state statutes, relating to redistricting. And so the very first page, kind of A through, I guess, all the way to the end of the first page, it's pertinent to all. It's not just school board maps, but it's county precinct maps as well. But the criteria set forth for all those are the same for the school district. So if you could scroll down to the bottom of that first page, Sharon, if you look at letter D, following completion of the procedures outlined in subsection B of this section, and in the same calendar year in which the state receives the results of a federal decennial census. So apparently that means every 10 years. Got any math folks out there? Decennial, every 10 years. So this was done, the redistricting process was done in 2012 because there was a census that was published in 2011, and then there was another census that was published last year, and so it's up to us to do this once again or to have it done. The very bottom of the page, each local public body subject to redistricting and whose governing body members are not elected, which is not us. And if you look at the next page on E, in the calendar year following the receipt of the results of a federal decennial census, each local public body subject to redistricting whose governing body members are elected at the regular local election shall create or redraw districts for the local public body. Again, that's just general. That's not for the school districts. That part is way down at the bottom. And before you get to that, under H, it has some definitions that can kind of guide you. And I don't know how much you want to read this. It's pretty confusing to me, but the part that's not too confusing is the very bottom part, which is local school board members elected from districts, the very last paragraph there. I'll go ahead and read that. Members of local school boards and districts having a population in excess of 16,000 shall reside in and be elected from single-member districts. Once following every federal decennial census, the local school board shall divide the school district into a number of election districts equal in number to the number of members on the school board, which obviously you're probably all well aware of that. Such election districts shall be contiguous and compact and as equal in population as is practicable, provided that the local school board of any district having a population of 16,000 or less may provide for single-member districts as provided in this section. And so I believe we do have more than 16,000 folks in our school district. And so our plan is to use the same folks who did the redistricting 10 years ago, with one exception. And I guess 10 years ago, and this is all history that I've learned a little bit, I'd like to thank, I had several conversations with Leonard Gorman and also with one of our board members. I had talked to Vice President Haskell. I hope you don't mind me saying that, but she enlightened me a little bit about shape files and kind of what Mr. Gorman's role is with the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. So we'd like to use the same folks that we've used, which is research and polling out of Albuquerque. Again, they're used by districts across the state, and we used them 10 years ago. But they would be working in conjunction, once again, with Leonard Gorman from the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, who would be giving input and making sure that what the folks at Research and Polling would be coming up with would align with the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, with their results. So that, and I'm just giving you the report to let you know that's what we will be doing. And again, it needs to be done by the end of the year. So once these results, once they have a finished product, we will bring that before the board, and the board will have that as an action item to approve before the end of this year. And I stand for questions.
Any questions from the board?
No, other than a comment.
Go ahead.
I just appreciate the effort to try to, in the best possible manner, make it equitable for representation across these districts and across the district itself. So I appreciate the work and time that people are putting into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carlson.
You're welcome.
Next item, J, budget adjustment and journal entries by Donovan Yazzie.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Tonight we have several budget adjustments requests. The first one here is for, it's a transfer bar for Fund 24106. It is to cover the maintenance costs for vehicles and bus tires from the IDEA B entitlement fund. The next one, we do have a transfer bar coming from the same fund, 24106, the entitlement IDEA fund. It is to cover the negatives in function 21,000. Next one is a maintenance bar. It is also coming from the same fund. It is to also cover negatives in function 2200 as well. The next the next bar is to request for initial budget. It's for the Grants Child Care Fund, Fund 28189, requesting for budget authority for an amount of $56,757. We have a budget adjustment request. It's a request for initial budget for the CYFD Fund 28201. It's a request to have budget authority for the amount of $16,233. And we have next a initial budget authority request for private grants the district has received for the amount of $73,347 for Fund 29102. Is there any questions regarding the bar request?
Hang on just a minute. I want to look at something. You went through those so fast, Donovan. I'm going back and looking on my computer a minute here. Give me a minute. Okay, I have nothing else. Anybody else from the board have any comments, questions for Mr. Yazzie?
No questions or comments from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson.
Thank you, Director Yazzie.
Number 4, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval.
Board President,
Yes, ma'am.
Board Member Aspas asked me to explain a little bit about redistricting. Would you like me to do that now or wait until after the consent agenda?
My alarm just went off. Don't take too long. Okay. No, go ahead.
So what Board Member Aspas asked me to discuss was how does redistricting come about? Redistricting is initiated by the legislature after a census, and essentially what the redistricting effort does is it takes the census population numbers and then tries to resize or redraw districts within various governmental strata like legislature, county, municipal, school districts. The purpose of that is actually comes from our Constitution, so that ideally the voting districts are represented roughly in the same amount of population. And so that then trickles down to our board lines as well in terms of following the lead and the outcome of the legislative redistricting. And so unfortunately, our census process is not always accurate in terms of being able to calculate or identify all of our population, especially in rural or remote areas within our state. And so that's always an issue. In more populated areas, it's easier to do that because you have the density. But especially with our district, with so many of our folks being remote, sometimes they are not captured in the population. And that has been a concern, is my understanding of the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, as well as many others. Board Member Aspas, does that answer your question? I'm not sure she can, I mean, she may be on mute. She texted that to me, so she asked me to respond to it. With that, I stand for questions.
Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any other questions. Does anybody else on the board have a question for Ms. Chappelle? Concerning
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Chappelle.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Item A, possible item removed from consent agenda. We have on the consent agenda, we have item G, fundraising request, Shiprock High School boys basketball and golf tournament, October 22nd, 2022. Mr. Carlson explained that golf course is not available. So, Mr. Doesn't say here. Anyway, the Shiprock High School boys basketball withdrew that request. So I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the redaction of item G. Do I have a motion? Excuse me. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item G?
I'll motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Askey?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis? Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Item 6, we will convene in executive session for the discussion on update pending litigation on Navajo Nation pursuant to Section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, discussion on real estate matters regarding land lease as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H8 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to adjourn in executive session?
I motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We will adjourn into executive session. Oh, excuse me. Yes. Ms. Askey.
Yes.
Ms. George.
Yes.
Ms. Aspis. Mr. Montoya.
Yes.
Myself, yes. That's 4. Okay. We will reconvene in open session. The board discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Convene in executive session for discussion on update pending litigation on Navajo Nation pursuant to Section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on real estate matters regarding the lease as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H8 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. I'll entertain a motion to reconvene in open session. Do I have a motion?
I motion to reconvene in open session.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reconvene in Open Meetings Act. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis? Ms. Aspis is not with us. Myself? Yes. We reconvene in open meeting. Item 7, board and superintendent report. Do we have a report from the board members?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Remember, it's after midnight where you're at.
Oh my God, I'm talking to you from tomorrow, for you anyway. So, had a very, very productive day today. The congressional representatives, and as I stated, one of the main topics was about our J1 visa holders. The other was about equalization. I think that everybody is in agreement that something needs to be done. One thing that I did learn today when it comes to those types of actions and changes, because the discussion revolved around a couple of options, and one is removal. 2 is striking the language out of the federal statute. And then obviously to a point to get it to where it's rendered useless. When you look at those documents, if there's any changes to be made to them, it's done by chapter, not by page. So really the best way to attend to that would wait until the ESSA is reauthorized. But maybe if we can get enough support, especially Alaska, stand with the other 49 states, especially New Mexico and Kansas, since we both are not applying it anymore, not necessarily have removed it from language, we're just not applying it. That would take Alaska and especially Senator Murkowski to support any changes to that language for equalization. And then there's a couple of other bills that have been sponsored both on the House and Senate side that are very positive to impact aid. One of the considerations also is if nothing happens this year, that some legislation will be floated to increase the construction side by $1 billion, $250 million over 5 years to get to the $1 billion fund construction specifically. So there's some things that are occurring, and the only apprehension really is the possible change that might occur during the election, or after the election, I should say, if there is any change of power in the power structure here in DC, and even within the state of New Mexico itself. But at least the people that we spoke to, they're very positive and supportive of what we were bringing to them. It was really sure that they understood the importance of the closure of the mines and the power plants. I informed every single one of them that K&M has a skeleton crew of approximately 90 people now, and they're moving very, very quickly to shut that place down. So they're aware of it. They see it. I've made the connection between APS, P&M, and Impact Data and how reliant we are upon that money as well. So hopefully it can be more positive in the very, very near future with what we're doing, because it's all interconnected as well. So, and also there's some things that I will be bringing back to the superintendent to take a look at it, and some collaborations that I think can be very positive for the district. I had conversations with the chairwoman of the FCC. I had conversations with the deputy secretary for the Department of Education, and but again, once I get back, I'll let the superintendent know, because one of them actually has to do with the funding aspect for connectivity and how we actually apply that within the district. And there's a lot of money out there. We just need to find the shortest route to it. And so the chairwoman of the FCC put me in touch with a gentleman by the name of John Bernstein. Excuse me. And so he's going to be working with us, with the district, to find that money source that will be most beneficial to us. So again, I'll give the email to the superintendent, and he can do what he does to make sure we make those connections and those collaborations to help our students. And then also, as you are all aware, or if you're not aware, during the NAFIS conference, they also have a subgroup meeting with NISA. And they generally have a 2-hour block of meetings for the NISA members. And during that membership meeting, they were discussing the structure of the board and the representatives. And unbeknownst to me, that they actually had an open nomination for positions. The only one that was not even provided, but they opened up if there were any considerations for nominations. And I was nominated to possibly serve as the board representative on NISA. And that it's an election process that will occur in December. I was nominated by Jerome Haskey from Zuni. And so at the December's meeting, it's on the 4th and 5th, I believe, Monday and Tuesday. On that Tuesday's when they'll have the election of the school board representative for the NISA board. So that's very positive for our district, and quite frankly for the state, because there has been a lack of representation from New Mexico on NISA for a very long time. So hopefully that will work to our favor. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Mr. Carlson? Are there any other reports from the board? Apparently not. Mr. Carlson?
Thank you, Board President and members of the board. I will keep it fairly short, since I do know that, as we've mentioned, it's after midnight in Washington, D.C. I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about what happened a couple weeks ago with the Legislative Educational Study Committee, that they met here in Kirtland over at Bon Wilson from, I believe it was Wednesday, September 7th until Friday, September 9th. First off, I would like to thank the board members who were able to make the meeting. And I don't mean to call anybody out to exclude anybody. I understand folks work during the day, so obviously you can't always make those kind of meetings, and other people have things going on in personal lives. So, but I do want to thank the couple who could show up. because they were able to listen to some informative sessions, and as well as the superintendents talking from the Four Corners area. And if anyone would like to see the superintendent's reports, any of the other information that was presented by the Indian Affairs Committee, or Yazzie Martinez information, then you can get that at the Legislative Educational Study Committee website, and you can access the recordings of all the proceedings there from Wednesday through Friday. For the superintendent's report, we were asked to describe our district and our students. I did speak about how our district is very different from the other districts in the area, and that has to do with our population, but also especially the fact that our district is 3,000 square miles, so it's quite a bit bigger than the other districts. I spoke about how we're using impact aid, because they asked about that, how the closure of the power plants has begun to affect families in our district and how it will continue to do so. We were asked how we address Yazzie Martinez. I spoke about how our ICO uses funding to provide support for our students in many ways, including the safety net that we have for students. For me, one of the highlights wasn't my talk, and it wasn't the other superintendents. It actually came Friday morning. On Friday morning, there's a panel of teachers and a student from Farmington High School. The staff member from Central Consolidated on this panel was Guyla Curley from Newcomb. Ms. Curley spoke very passionately about the need for our district to focus on culture in all areas, but especially in remote areas like Newcomb. And she differentiated between the kind of culture that's found in everybody has their own kind of cultures. There's a farming culture, or a rodeo culture, or a baseball culture, but she differentiated in a very passionate manner how the culture on the Navajo reservation is something that is being lost, and that you don't find in other places. And so how important it is to keep that culture. She mentioned that we need more Native American teachers in places like Newcomb, where they only have 3, according to her, Native American or Navajo teachers, including the Navajo language teacher, currently at Newcomb High School. She spoke about how we need culturally relevant materials for our students in Central Consolidated, and about how these materials currently don't exist. And Ms. Curley was very passionate in her remarks, and in my mind. If you get a chance to watch, it's Friday morning, probably about 10 o'clock, and this session that goes from 9 until I think 11:30. And in her session, her remarks were just something that those of us who were in attendance were definitely stirred by her passion. And so to me, that was the highlight of those 3 days. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Once again, if you have the opportunity, you can check it out on the Legislative Educational Study Committee website. Thank you, and that's all I have for this evening, late evening.
Any questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Carlson.
You're welcome.
Item 8, requested action items and/or reports for next meeting, possible items for next meeting.
I have an item that I would like to put on the agenda for next meeting.
Go ahead, Ms. Haskey.
I am right now at the National JOM Johnson O'Malley Association conference, and one of the things that came up was there was the proposal to do forward funding for the Johnson O'Malley funding, and it was requested that that the school districts around Navajo Nation and I guess beyond from the tribes to write support letters of forward funding. And I think it would be beneficial for our school district also. So they're supposed to provide the information, and once that information is shared with me, then I'll share it with the board, but that I should be getting that information by the end of the week. And that would be something for, I think it would be really beneficial for the school district. So thank you.
Any other comments or suggestions for the next meeting?
Not at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Haskey. Number 10, pluses and deltas. Anything from the board? Moving on.
No, other than I think there was a lot of good information shared tonight. Thank you.
Ditto.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Haskey. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I will motion to adjourn.
Do we have a
Second.
second? It's been moved and second that we adjourn.
Vote.
Vice
I
President.
vote yes.
Vice President Haskey.
Yes.
Secretary George.
Yes.
Mr. Montoya.
Let me see how much longer I can stay awake. Yes.
I assume Ms. Aspis is still not with us? And myself, yes. This meeting is adjourned.